welcome to Pride's Claim, the Cypher System FunShot. Never ever labelled as a one-shot ever by anyone. Ever. It's the 13th of January 2024. We're in the future, people. It's really difficult to get out of the muscle memory.
Back!
I know, right?
No, we do not.
Back to 2010, maybe. So, yeah, before everything got nonsense. And then, yeah, so that's Pride's Claim. That's where we are. I'm Ryan, the GM. Good hello, and here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I will be playing Dourf, who's an empathic speaker, who's definitely the sort of person you want interpreted.
Nope. Do I try that again? Brad.
What did I say?
You said Brad? Yep. That's the
I
lawyers.
realised I usually have a
nickname.
That's the name he's going under while we're in this.
I usually have my other screen up, and I realised as soon as I started I didn't, and so I was already trying to race ahead going, what is he? Empathic? Yeah, okay. Dourf, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, you based him on Brad Dourf, right? So there's that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Can we give that a go again? We'll edit it in post.
Yeah. My name is Lockheart Dourf. He's an empathic speaker who interprets the law, and definitely the sort of person you want to do.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept. Pretty confident now that she wouldn't rather be reading.
Nice.
Evening all, my name's Chris, and I'm going to be playing Nori Nediam. I'm a stealthy explorer who likes to infiltrate.
Hi, my name is Nat, and I'm playing Riven, who is a tough warrior who masters weaponry.
Yeah. Look at us go. Right, that's good. Just trying to find places for things to go and what screens I want on top. There we go. Excellent. So, here we are after our slightly extended break. After Christmas and New Year's. So, happy those things, everybody. I hope they were lovely. Yeah. Let's see. What do you remember from last time?
Teleport. Lockheart becomes sassy. The main thing I remember. Lockheart becomes exceptionally sassy when teleported.
We
What you mean?
we got given new mission, pulled some favours.
Yes.
We were much more out in the open than our previous mission.
Yeah.
We've set up a forwarding network, so information will hopefully make its way to us wherever we are.
That is the plan.
And then we teleported back to Loudenhall.
Yes. And what did you get up to when you were in Loudenhall?
So our besties.
And turned them into not besties.
I mean,
I'm still fine.
yeah, Sassy One Kenobi there definitely made some good social pathways.
Decisions in that one. Yeah.
We have established that it was the teleportation's fault. It was not something he would say on a good day. It's just the magic made his brain like put head in a microwave for like 30 seconds. So we're just going to excuse that one, I think.
As the speaker, I think I know what I'm talking.
Yes, the social face character we have. Yes.
No, it's not. We saw Threem, we saw Ethane, and I've forgotten the name of the captain.
Stolt.
Saw Stolt, and they all basically gave us the vague direction of which is thought that the Bronze-Maid Lion and their gang all hang out, and we headed out. Nori with an incredible role for the disguise, the big brain time idea of pretending to be a merchant. with 2 lackeys and Riven hiding under a big blanket and bag so no one could see them. And loudly proclaiming that he has lots of monies and things.
Just sensible merchant things to do while travelling in the open.
Well, trying to lure in prey, it certainly works. And I think last we settled down to camp and we were potentially surrounded, and Lockhart was the one awake with them.
Again, no problem at all.
Yep, totally fine. Not a problem I foresee in this at all. Okay. Yes. So, that is the kind of broad strokes of that. Yes, you've got your new mission from, basically directly from the Queen herself, right? Queen Loudon Dugal, who let you know that somebody's after her throne and it's absolutely not on. So, yes. Basically go resolve that problem. Not even with any means necessary, just get it done was really the main impetus there. You have all proven yourselves in the eyes of the Crown, which is good. You've realistically resolved a very supernatural and very damning problem in like 2 days of actual effort. Realistically, when you did the Tomorrow's Goodbye arc, right? The most time you spent there was either organising horses or actually travelling right there. So you did very well, considering nobody could make any headway in that particular quandary. So yes, you have then irradiated yourselves with high doses of magic to get to Leiden Hall quicker. Met up with your friends, Katie and Ethe, or Cirithane, Vanel, if we're on a first name basis. Yep, Commander Forno, or Stolt Forno, Forno Stolt, whatever his name was. We'll never know. I feel like it was Stolt Forno. That's what I feel. I feel like the Stolt was his first name, but I generally don't remember.
I definitely have it written down Forno Stolt, but you could also get those sort of things written wrong.
I like to believe that if you asked him, he'd just laugh and then like hand a cigar to you. Like, that feels like,
Does not care.
No.
Just call me Captain.
Yeah, right. So, although, I mean, point of admin, he's only a commander.
Commander.
Yeah, he's only a commander. He doesn't want the promotion he's being offered because that's something else he's learned. Like the captain of the guard, Sir Sam de Perron, R.I.P., is not, obviously that position hasn't been filled yet, and he was offered it, and he was like, no, I'm in a comfy part of my job at this point. That's a younger person's game. Yeah. Believe that even leads us to the conversation that Cirithane and Riven had, where they mentioned each other as potential candidates for that role. Do you remember how that conversation went, Riven?
Yeah. Ethane's not from around here and potentially doesn't have citizenship by the sound of things. So it would not be allowed. But Riven doesn't really give a damn about that kind of stuff. Thinks it's stupid. Riven thinks a lot of things in politics are stupid, though. But yeah, he's also a bit cagey, as is Mr. Thream, as there is now a substantially larger number of guards than there was last time we were here, which was only like a week ago.
Yeah, they really don't have much to do now, right? Like,
yeah,
like their daily or nightly routine is just screwed up now. So, like, Cirithane was basically doing the dishes when you were chatting to him, right? Like, yeah, like Katie was pretty drunk on Elven blood. Yep. I nearly said wine automatically, which is why it took me long to get to blood. I thought, no, it's not wine though. Nobody thinks it's wine.
No, we know better now.
Yes. So yeah, he's also made some arrangements, as you said, about getting some communication lines opened up. So the Crown have some communication lines to Lockhart, and the Arcanatrix have some communication lines open to Myr'ra. And yeah, like besides that, use sent some information away to Cascade City as well to contact the Countess. Do you want to share some more details about your countess as well? Because we put some more details down between now and then, right?
Did hang on while I go get them.
I know, I actually don't remember offhand what I even wrote. I just remember we did it.
We did do the thing.
We've named where the countess is, like, you know, the countess of that kind of like city and town, city. It's up to that how big that place is. And then the so we've named that, and we've named the countess finally as well, which was nice.
Yes, Countess Talanis Varaga of Voros is her full title, and you'd best use it with her. She's not the type that doesn't that takes nonsense easy. Riven is mainly there to deal with that, but yes, Countess Talanis Varaga of Voros, who is now sitting in the seat representing the human race in Cascade City.
Yeah, so remember the Grand Council has essentially the table of the 5 blades that all sat in the centre, and in the circle around that was the kind of invitation that was left open for the other kind of like nations to take part in, and the central seat's always left empty because that's, you know, the ruler's seat. But then you've got 3 seats assigned to each of the races that are available, and the Countess got one of those. And yeah, it's quite a big deal, quite frankly, getting to be the voice of, you know, humanity in that particular quorum chamber. So yes, we've got that sorted. You did some research as well. You looked into the areas we're going to, the Roxfall Mountain kind of region, which is kind of southwest of Loudenhall and just kind of like south and a bit west of Denkmark, the capital. There was some scouts that went there. Does anybody remember their wonderful names?
Yep. We've got Agnes, Benjamin, Lance.
And those are the ones that never returned.
Yep.
Who returned?
Dennis?
Yay!
I wrote it as a squiggle, and I'm like...
These are very important NPCs, okay? Like, crucial, you could say. No. My notes actually have them blurred out, so I must have sat something wet on this. But I can read it. But never returned looks illegible. But at least, you know, I remember the shape. Which is the important thing. So yes, you pretty much did a wonderful role at disguising. It was fantastic to do up the, you know, party as a small caravan of a very wealthy trader. And yeah, like...
There's no money.
Yep. But you jingled whatever you had that would clatter, you know, just to make the, you know, sound. Probably look like a travelling troupe of like a very pantomime-esque, I imagine. And then yes, you were woken up by Lockhart and some, I guess, men of the evening. That sounds wrong.
Ne'er-do-wells!
Yeah, I mean, like it's yeah. So you, Lockhart, you're on watch. You're looking around. I'm assuming you've left the fire lit, given the point is to be noticed. Very deliberately so. You know, sacks piled up with swag wrote on the side of them, right? Just in full view of the firelight. And then yes, you can hear like the, you know, almost the like the people in this kind of group that are approaching, the less stealthy ones that may have alerted regular people camping. I'm assuming you're letting that happen rather than addressing the who goes there.
I think if any did come into view...
No, this is purely just,
So
you can tell people are like getting into a position to surround the group.
I just recall, I think Lockheart rolled a 1 on perceiving.
Was it that, or was it just the like we made you roll a dice so I worked out who was actually on watch, and like I don't remember if it was your perceiving or not.
Yeah,
Was it?
it was out of the 4 of us, and you were the first, so it was that roll was just to see who was on watch. Which was you.
Yeah. I don't remember the perception one because I don't see it in our chat either. I've only got the disguise stuff.
Okay.
So yeah.
Oh no! After that is 1d4 one roll.
Yeah, which is the, you know.
Yeah.
Yep.
One
yep,
of
yep,
us.
Yep.
Then, if it felt like they were, I think Lockhart probably will just stand and say, "Oh, good evening, gentlefolk. Please come join us at the fire."
And I guess that's the new now of you guys like possibly waking up or like, you know, whatever you guys were doing in terms of your rest.
Yeah, like that's Lockhart is good evening, like standing, making sure everyone can hear. You know, hoping that everyone is waking up with this, but
a strong
evening,
hope.
folks. Please come join us. There's plenty of room. The fire is warm. Must be cold out there in the dark.
And then, like again, there's no response initially, but you can definitely like still hear people moving around. And then eventually, like you look around and there's like 6 or 8 people like around you, all kind of like emerging from like the edge of the light from the fire as they're coming in, brandishing various sharp and blunt instruments in their. Some of them have got like masks covering like the bottom half of their face. Some of them have got like kind of almost bandana cloth things over there. They all went to the BBC, costume department. Yeah.
Anything that we might recognise as Bronze Maned Lion.
The Bronze Maned Lion. I'm so proud of you.
I think it's the gang. By not saying the gang, that helps.
Yeah, that's weird. It's like the extra U bend on that, isn't it? Like. Yeah, do you want to roll a perception at night? I'm gonna hinder this by at least 1.
I'll certainly roll.
Yep.
And see what.
Yeah. Do you have anything that helps perception?
What's that word? Monocular is not the word. Spyglass, but I don't think I'll actually use it in this situation.
No.
As funny as that might be.
He's going for a weapon.
Yeah. Yeah. So. And.
Okay. Yeah. It's not terrible. So.
Obviously, it'll be hindered, so is that...
Yes, it's a 4.
Yeah.
Still, it's 4 is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yep, especially given, like, again, a lot of them are kind of, like, masked by the kind of foliage or whatever. Because you definitely picked a place that was quite easy to be ambushed in. Like, that was kind of the point of the whole thing. It's weird people rolling to be as vulnerable as possible, isn't it? Like, it's a bit of a flip on the old RP, but it seems to work quite well. It's the hacks of the RPing. If we just get caught every time, the GM can't win. So yeah, the group do seem to be wearing very similar, like, kind of, like, it's the way they're wearing, like, their outfits and stuff, and what it's made of, and like the kind of I guess the dyes of like the region and stuff as well. There's no actual symbology on it, but it's basically exactly what the bandits in town were wearing that he's met.
Yeah, I guess none of them are the one that survived.
No. There was it Sarah or Sally? I forget which one.
And
Steve was...
Daniel died. Steve.
So yes, there was
Okay,
there was Daniel, Steve, Sally, and there was another name because wasn't Steve the guy that killed Daniel?
Yeah.
Dave.
It could have been Dave. It very, very could have been Dave. Because apparently my random name generator just likes D names. Since hence why Dennis exists. Yeah, I don't know where I wrote that either. I definitely wrote that down.
written, but it's in my other notebook.
Not
So
the
I
other
can get it
notebook.
later.
Let's see. No, I have it somewhere. Dave was the murderer. Steve was killed, I believe. Daniel was Steve's partner, from what you could gather, and Sally was also there. So
There we
yes, that's them. Things I didn't know I would need to have kept track of, but here we are. But yeah, sadly none of them are in this. Like, we've got a bigger casting budget than that, Alexander. So yes, they all kind of come out menacing, and you hear like muttering between them. You don't really make out kind of what they're saying. But it basically just kind of sounds like them making plans amongst themselves, like, you know, the ones that seem to have like maybe paired off or whatever as they've surrounded, because it does seem to be that these are surrounded on, like, you know, all the points. As I said, you can, the longer this takes, the more you can make out. Like, it does seem to be 8 that you can see.
Oh, yes, lovely. Pointy, sharp, yet very, very, very good. They all look fantastic. Please take a seat. Got plenty of fire. Can I get you some water? You know, sure. We all have some lovely stories to tell. I do love a good campfire and everyone sharing the warmth and camaraderie of it all.
You're like, what one was the trigger phrase for Everday to back me up?
Just confident that figure it out.
What is everybody else doing? Because, as I said, that's 2 instigations of conversation that you will have heard if you were light sleepers and or not actually asleep.
Riven again is still has been constantly hiding, so she's under like a bundle of blankets and stuff, but is slowly readying herself. Like, wait for him to shout her name. As soon as he says Riven, she's going to get up and be a blender.
Should we have it that Lockhart is essentially standing or sitting and now standing over, you know, hand basically just leaning out on the blanket?
Yeah,
could do. Yeah,
you could do that. Like, you could always have me next to you and just be like, just tap, and I will rise like the Undertaker and just be like, hello.
My plan is to just.
Ta-da!
That's why every Lockhart action figure comes complete with one of these. Yeah.
Have you met Riven?
It's okay, we know where Riven is. Riven's hidden under a bunch of blankets. Where is Nori and where is Myr'ra?
I think I'll have been like quite obviously like on a bedroll asleep, and will sort of like Disney princess, like, oh, do we have visitors?
Okay. Nori?
Playing the part of the obnoxious merchant, I will turn to Lockhart. Lockhart, I thought I told you never to wake me up without a glass of something, tea, something to wake up in this time in the morning. And what hour is it? Oh, hello, gentlemen.
Yes, we have some guests. Please, sirs, and what are your names? I'm Lockheart, and you? Just to the nearest one.
Yeah, there's between some of them, there's some glances exchanged. Like, they seem too calm, right? Like that kind of
This is a trap.
Yeah. So there's definitely like some suspicion in some of them, and like the one that's like seems to have approached the most. Clearly, it looks like they have, like, you know, the extra fancy nameplate above their head, and they're quite like. I guess if we were casting somebody, it'd be Michelle Rodriguez, right? Because why not?
Cannot kill the wife material.
Except every other movie that tries.
You're spoken for.
True.
Hey, polyamory's a thing, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, the like, I guess what goes for a leader out of this group kind of steps forward, kind of like spits on the ground, just, you know, just slightly off to the side between the two of you, Lockhart and them, and they say, "It's a cold night. Any chance we could make use of the fire?" And there's definitely a bit of tongue-in-cheek in that, like, statement, right? Like, it's, you know, almost like a rehearsed line.
Take a seat just in front. Here, I'm sure someone can build up. I'm sure some strapping folks as yourselves can find some more wood and build up a good fire to make use of. Please sit.
Shakes her head a bit. I don't think that'll be necessary. What brings you to this territory?
Oh, a bit of travelling. The trying to think of
Mm-hmm.
just another word for Nori. Esquire Nediam here is doing a bit of traveling through the area, hoping to to get through, just coming past out of Loudon Hall. Coming out
Yes,
Norway.
Lockhart. That's enough. Basically, gentlemen, we are travelling from. Now I forgot where I came from. 1 second.
I like to believe that
I
you're
had
actually
this in my
going
head a
through
second ago.
Nori's going
Yeah.
through his scrolls. Just a second.
Yes. We're travelling from Whitewater Bridge, and we have travelled through Loudon Hall, and we're just trying to make a new trade route. We have heard that there are a growing number of settlements in the area, and we're just trying to see what the demands of the local people are, and if we can develop these routes.
Kind of like a person, like the Michelle Rodriguez insert. It's kind of like they are, like, kind of one thumb tucked into like the belt of their outfit, and kind of like looking, down at their feet and occasionally up to both of you, but like with that, with the least movement of their head, lifting just mostly their eyes, observing the group, and then going, "You seem to be one short."
One short of.
The tracks that we followed you here with.
And there probably is an extra horse. With
Yep.
this. Oh yes, my friend is a deep sleeper. Best let them just keep a kip over here. Need rather takes a chill, so we've got lots to cover them up with. Up from those warm lands.
Like, it's obviously like, I mean, the south is quite warm because obviously they grow melons in the south, right? So like, it's probably the nicest part of like Dink is this area in terms of weather, and I do love that. Like, assuming you like the heat, that is. Because I assume like the Roxfall Mountains, like as you kind of go closer to them and further away, it's like craggier and then into like maybe desert stuff south of that. To kind of give you like an idea of like the terrain, but this person's like, "Is that so? I'd hate to wake them."
Yeah, you know what those Caldera folk are like.
Kind of raises an eyebrow. "I can't say I do."
Oh, it's surprising. They get surprisingly thin. It's the heat really gets to them.
And then one of the like the people surrounding like had moved round and are now her side, and they can like whisper something into her ear. And she kind of just like does that thing where she indicates with like her chin nod, and then they kind of like head off a bit. So you can no longer see them. They've like went away from the campfire light. And she says, "So wealthy then?" Kind of just looks with a bit of a kind of cheeky grin on her face.
Probably will have that sort of sheepish look to him. Like, one has hopes regarding various prospects here.
What do you trade?
Well, we're hoping to find out exactly what's needed. The best thing to trade is the things that people are wanting, pay the most for. That's why we're out trying to learn a bit more about the area.
Okay, she says, kind of like, she's like biting her bottom lip a tiny bit, like you can tell she's about to get to the fun part. And she goes, what do you have on you? I would hate to see you burdened in the rest of your travels."
Oh, I think our most prized commodity is our friendliness, of course.
She just immediately laughs, like just proper belly laugh, and Yeah, like that's a lot of effort for Michelle Rodriguez. We know this. And yeah, she goes, I can see why you're the talky one.
Oh, and I can see why you make all the decisions.
And then like two of them that are like maybe to your left just kind of like elbow each other as if either confirming or arguing something. You can't quite make it out because again they're just that two bit far away and they're muttering to each other. But you could make an assumption that they're like, hey, that's about us. Like, shut up, you.
And yourselves, do you feel particularly burdened? What would you say is your great asset and treasure?
And then she looks you up and down, and she says, my patience, of course.
Oh, 'tis a virtue. 'Tis a virtue most dear, of course.
Yes. Well, you're kind of trespassing. She kind of like shrugs awkwardly. It's the first time she like moved her like hands off her belt and stuff like that, and you know you can tell like she's maybe like loosened her shoulders up a bit with that. This is the Bronze-Maned Lion's territory. Very glad I said that correct. Otherwise, that'd be embarrassing. Even none of the Bronze-Maned Lions gang can actually even see it. But yeah, this is Bronze-Maned Lion territory. Are you here to make trade with our lion?
You know what traders are like. If someone's got the cash to spend it, then a trader will find you and find a way to take it off.
Kind of like smirks again at that and goes, do you want to wake up your friend? She like looks down at the pile of blankets, which isn't so much a pile as a mini mountain of blankets.
I'm sure they'd have much interesting things to say, but I really rather not disturb their sleep if it's not necessary.
Right. She kind of like looks off to the side and goes, I just don't want to repeat myself. And then gives you like a more serious look when she says that, clearly meaning two things.
Well, it's good to know. Do you have any more? When would you say that we'd crossed over into the Bronze-Maned Lion's territory? And what would you say is our most direct route to come find them, to pay our proper respects?
And what do your respects look like? Clearly avoiding half of those questions, right? But she says, what do those respects look like? What can you offer a lion?
Friendship, of course, our greatest treasure.
Yes, I find our greatest treasure is treasure. She kind of laughs more to herself this time. And like some of the other kind of like people around start to chuckle at that, like, yeah, good one, you. Like, and she says, well, it's late. You're in territory I'm here to protect. And I don't know any of you.
Well, let's change that. I say, take a seat and let us find out all about each other.
No, let's not.
My loss, I fear.
It will be. She says, with no hint of like inflection or anything, just very flatly, it will be. Says, if you can be of use to the lion, say so now, and be it every voice here that says it. Again, glances at the pile of Riven, and glances over at the other two. This doesn't need to get bloody.
Oh, bloody, I do hope not. I don't think there's any here that cannot be useful. I would say perhaps even a thorn has a use to a rose to help keep it safe.
She coughs a bit like
if it does bring some blood.
And she says, prickle. Nods.
Something that has been said about me many times.
And then she kind of like smirks again at that. He goes, you're funny. She'll like that.
Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet.
Again, she just raises an eyebrow at that and looks a bit like, where's that going? And then says, yes. Oh well. And then she kind of just like waves a hand over her shoulder and an arrow flies between where you and Riven are. It just lands right in between.
Someone drop this.
Like probably like with how quick it happened as well, it's probably a tiny bit startling, right? Like obviously, like, you know, Lockhart's way of I guess socially defending himself is making light of that.
Can I try and roll to see if it startles?
If you wish, yes.
Well, I feel like Lockhart is trying to be quite confident, and obviously there's always a chance that it would.
No, like I don't need you to roll for that. Like if you want to try and put up a front, yeah, you can do.
Yeah. What would you like to roll for that?
I mean, it'll be an intellect roll, right? Unless you've got any other kind of social abilities that you want to try and justify.
No, I wasn't sure if I'm happy to roll intellect.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a composure thing, right? I'm not going to make you do like a reflex roll to see if you actively don't react.
And I would use 1 effort.
Okay. So that would cost you 3 of the pool that you're choosing to spend from, and the discount from Edge does apply, if you have one. But it should factor it all in if you just put in everything as it asks. Okay, 0 and 11. Did some effort, so really that's like beating a 4 rather than a 3. Okay, cool. Obviously mark down your expenditures.
Yeah, with 2 edge, so that would just cost 1.
This is the benefit of having you played Lockhart in a different game on paper versus on here, doesn't it? It's not adjusted any pools that may have been set at certain levels. But yes, so yeah, like, I think for the most part, like, you can maintain your composure with that. Like maybe it's the swan effect, right? Where like under the surface, it's a bit like, okay. Oh. But yeah, and Riven, you definitely like, you know, hear that. If not feel it, depending on the type of ground that you're on, right? Like the thud of the arrow like hitting in, because it's right at the edge of the blankets. Like it's not on the blankets or anything, but it's definitely making a point. And you can probably guess where that person ran off to, right? You know.
Oh, I think your friend, someone from far away, accidentally dropped. Well, not actually go down to pick up it.
Yeah.
Someone dropped this.
And then she kind of like clearly has done some kind of body language indication with very little movement on her part to the gang, who have all like slinked back a bit. So like out of the, you know, so I guess there's 7 around the party. 1's off. So like 5 of them have like, sorry 5. 4 of them is slinked back into the shadows. So that's leaving her and 2 people like at either end. So basically it's like a triangle of her, the other 2 people. 4 have slinked away, and there's 1 elsewhere.
Say we can all have a discussion. This is, we are all happy to chat. I say, bring some wood, sit down at the fire.
She smirks and she says, I'm sure if this conversation drags on any longer than it needs to, there will be plenty to burn after we have concluded our business here. And then
we are in like a forest, aren't
we? No. So it would have been kind of like plains for a while, like kind of like open plains for quite a bit, and like you're starting to head into like rocky mountain territory. So you're kind of in that ground between like cracky rock and, you know, that. I mean, there can be trees nearby if he's wanted to have camped by trees, but it probably makes more sense that he didn't, to be as out in the open as possible. Like there was probably a couple of bigger rocks either side of the camp just to give you a bit of a windbreak. But besides that, it's probably relatively open because that was the point. He's probably even picked rocks that were going to reflect the light a lot, just to try and almost be a beacon for where he's are. This is when I look at last week or last session, I actually did say, oh yeah, you're deep in the heart of a forest. It's like, I don't remember that. But yes, so you're there, and as I say, that's why it's kind of impressive that they're able to hide as well as they are. She goes, "You're not really making my job here easier. Have you given her your name yet?" Like
Nori did.
Right. It was just more like to see if you'd introduced yourself or not.
No.
And then, yeah, she says, "You've not given me any reason to really make this go any easier. It's late. You look tired. You haven't told me how you can be of use to my queen."
Something I'm not sure we can say unless we meet her ourselves. So I don't think we can give that to you. I'd say we are here as friends.
She smirks, like showing a bit of her teeth, and she says, "Yes, one hand stretched out in friendship and the other hiding a dagger." Again, gesturing to the pile of as we've been following you since you left Loudonhall, or thereabouts. You seem well connected for a group of people that I cannot draw any connections between, and you are no merchant travellers.
Jobs change. People fall into hard times, people make different connections.
She smirks and she goes, "Yes, I'm sure all of my men were something else once, but it did not happen on the step." She kind of nods again at you. Again implying well, you seem to change jobs as soon as you stepped inside the Loudonhall. So yeah.
As well as, like, they wouldn't have seen us step into Loudonhall.
No.
We would have just kind of appeared at Loudonhall.
She did say out of.
Yeah, exactly.
Say,
so in her mind, it's like, they were watching Loudonhall and then these people left. We didn't see them come in, they just left.
Thing is though, like, you would have probably spotted people following you, right? So, like, the way this works is if Loudonhall was up here and user camped here, they've came like this way to meet you guys. So the very fact that that seems to be the way it's done is like she couldn't have followed you. So there's something going on there. That or they just have really, really good spy network.
Anything that you know that your queen is interested in?
I mean, I suppose her rightful place.
Yes, a sense of place is something I think we all long for.
She just, again, spits, going, "Well, that's my patience running out. How's it gonna go? Am I gonna?"
Virtue.
And she just talks over you, because am I gonna have to take the blankets off your friend, or are you? And then she like
Is that something you want to do?
she just pulls out her sword from her belt.
I think
Riven, you can definitely hear the stock sound effect of the sword coming out. Mm-hmm.
I think
Oh, wait.
Lockheart will then be like, is that what you want to do?
It's not really about wants when you're in service to others, is it? And she very directly aims at you.
Always have a choice.
Goes, "Yes, I've given you plenty, I feel. Make yourselves useful to me."
Well, he's looking around, it's like, I guess our most useful way be... Okay, player agency.
Yep.
I was about to threaten them pretty hard.
I think we're at that stage.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
doing it to us.
Oh,
I'm just
yeah.
confident Riven can get stabbed lying down and we'll put a bigger sword up through her from a lying position. So Riven will not move unless you call her. Unless you say Riven ain't doing shit.
Riven's
It's also that, do we want to pitch ourselves as potential recruits? In which case, maybe we want to drop the attitude, not drop the like pretense and be like, okay, this is what we offer. or do we want to fight them?
The only thing is, as potential recruits, I think it's clear they know we've come from there. We're not just wayward people that can get folded in. It would be more like double agent.
To be fair though, she did also say that she's aware her men probably came from elsewhere, right? So that's she has acknowledged that
we can be disenfranchised, unhappy with the current state of affairs.
All the psychic damage Lockhart's about to take from being like, oh, I hate my job, I hate the crown, I hate the paperwork.
Too efficient.
Or we fight and then try and persuade.
Like, look at it this way, right? Your goal is to try and get to the Bronzemaid line, right? That's ultimately your goal at this point. How you choose to do that is entirely up to you guys. You have been presented with some people that definitely seem to be from the Bronzemaid line gang, and it's entirely up to you guys how you want to deal with that. Do you want to drag their, like, I guess, severed heads back and throw them at the feet of the camp of the Bronzemaid line, or would you like to go arm in arm? Like, there's a lot of scope between those two options and beyond. But
I think the first sort of thing in Lockhart's mind was take one of them, or take at least one of them. We don't need the rest of them. You know, it only takes one to send a message. No, if we can get one to daisy chain us towards their direction to give us a bearing, a heading, it helps. It's a more militant way, I guess. But if they're, I'm not sure we want to go unarmed, which is how I suspect they would take us further.
Yeah, if anyone tries to take Riven's sword, she's going to blow up. Like, it will just immediately be violence. So know that that's on the table. Riven ain't going to allow herself to be unarmed.
I think your next question should be, how do we pass your test? If your test is by eliminating them and by dropping them, then that's where we're comfortable with that.
I think the context is we have to sort of say, yes, we are here to help. We can give you a way into Loudon Hall, or we can give you something.
Flip it, right? If you guys were gatekeeping territory and you came across a bunch of people that are hiding their biggest asset combat-wise under some blankets, and clearly they know that, right, from the context that she's giving across here, and you are still playing that, right? It does imply you think you are still getting away with it, right? So if you are in her position and your job is to guard whatever you're guarding, right, clearly, and doesn't sound like she's after a fight, in my opinion. Like, sounds like she's been, like, you know,
shot an arrow. Fucking shot an arrow. That's first shot has been taken. She's came in for a fight.
That's a threat rather than a.
It's posturing, right? Very much posturing, which I believe was potentially going to be Alexander's next go-to.
Riven will be returning that arrow to that person. I'm just saying that now, whether they like it or not. To set an example.
So I think we can try go down a bit of a deception route. It's tricky. I don't know if it's or we can go with the other. I think they're probably both equally difficult, to be honest. I think we can take them here. It's then the next step of we need to keep at least one alive so that they can then give us the direction. And there's always a good chance one of them escapes, and we're now on the radar.
Yeah, I think if we fight and we don't, even if we keep one alive, we're then trying to persuade someone after we murdered all their friends that we still want to be taken to where they've come from, which maybe doesn't set us up in a look, we could be allies.
They're suspicious of us highly anyway, so my worry is they'll get us so far into their camp and turn on us and we'll have no way out. And Riven can't fight everybody.
Because you are that way out.
Like, I'm not that confident. Like, the numbers sound like they're very high. Like, Riven can handle 20, she can't handle 100. And that's my worry, is we're going to get so deep in that it's like, we can't get out.
Think of it.
We have to go deep in though, because we're not going to get.
So think of it this way, right, Nat? You've obviously got some concerns there about, like, you know, what you can handle and what makes sense and what, but like this obviously group that have interrupted you. If you were in their position, why would you risk taking liabilities that you plan on getting rid of anyway? right? Like, you could have chosen not to engage. And
It's not that. It's getting us in and then getting out. Because once we're in, we're going
No, I'm
to
not
kill
talking-
this fucker.
But I'm not talking
It's
about from
that-
your point of view, I'm talking about from theirs. Like, why would you attribute those motivations to them when it would just risk their camp? Right? Why would they even take you
They
to
kill
it?
us here.
Because they're confident that they could just slaughter the 4 of us anyway.
3 of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
They're basing it on
Three!
what- yeah.
Yeah, they're
They're
confident.
basing on what they see.
They're confident that they can just slaughter us anyway, so they don't care. They're like, we'll take the 4 of you. It's worth the risk because the 4 of you can't.
But then,
kill
if you
100 of
believe
us.
that they're confident they can kill you all, why haven't they just done it and went on with their night? Right? Clearly there's some room for discussion, right? Otherwise they would just have killed you
that's
in your
my
sleep.
worry. The discussion goes south once we're in a camp. Here we have a better chance of escaping. Once we're in the camp, we would need to figure a way to slaughter our way out because we can't get out any other way.
Riven can
That's my
fly, it's
concern.
fine.
I'm not leaving my buddies. So that is my only concern. But Riven is waiting. Riven is knows full well this isn't quite like Riven sent in once all negotiations have failed and it is just war. Riven's waiting for yous to do that, but is waiting for the queue to be like, okay, time to get up.
I think that we're gonna have to end up in the camp anyway, and possibly better to come in with as having been recruited, rather than with the deception that comes along with that, rather than we had a fight and we've dragged. I don't know. I understand that, yes, I think we're more at risk in the camp. But if we are aiming to take out this person, I don't think we're going to be able to do that from afar.
No.
I think we're going to have to go to
They
camp.
don't seem like the honourable type that if Riven got to the front door said, "Yo, 1-on-1 me, V bro, 1v1 me, bro." They are not going to reach it. They're not going to do it.
Right.
We perhaps should have had a more discussion about how we do
Yeah.
want to do this.
No, that's fine. Some of this
We
can
could have, on the way.
some of this can be
Go ahead.
retroactive. Like, obviously anything that you're using based on what has conspired cannot have happened, right? But you could definitely have
But
made
if we
sensible
look at-
discussions, on the way here.
Discussions,
really
right?
obvious
Don't
in
use
the
the word
sense
sensible here. How dare you?
we
How dare
probably
you?
just-
I mean, sensible in the
What our
context
plan
of
was,
not
yeah.
metagaming. Sorry, Hannah, please go ahead. Sorry, I think we all spoke over you about 4 times there.
It makes sense that we had a chat of we're making ourselves look really obvious, and obviously we'd hoped they would think we were merchants, but I assume, discussed backup plans of what is the goal? Is the goal to find people, kill them, take their clothes? Is our goal to take everyone else out, keep one, get that person to take us in? Is our goal to not kill anybody and just get recruited on the spot, as if that's what we were trying to do? We've come and sat really obviously because we want to come and join your gang.
It's
What do we
the
think we would have gone
phrase
for?
that they're looking for what we offer, or what we can
Yeah.
offer to their queen. That's what maybe we need to push the button here. So maybe Riven just getting up and going, "Mm," you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and just
we offer
standing
me.
there and saying, well, this is what we offer. What have you got? You know what I mean? But
Yeah, I'm not too worried about that because we all do offer, like, Riven's great on what she does. We're all useful.
Yeah.
And we can all
Everyone-
provide intelligence, whether we know we can or not. So in that sense, I don't think it would be difficult. Like, I reckon we can talk our way into it, but it's not anonymously. It's not just as recruits. It's as turncoats, and that we have
Yeah.
decided we've come on that other way. I don't think we can just. Maybe Nori of all could put Slink in as a, as a rogue and a cad, but for
We're all gonna look. Yeah.
we're more clearly.
Yeah.
We know who we were.
You all have jobs that you probably have your names publicly listed somewhere, right? In a record.
Yeah, it's hard for the three of us
Yeah.
because it's like openly works for the Countess, openly works for the Magisterium, openly works, for the Queen. Like it's the three of us are obvious.
And
That's
some
sort
of you spoke to Bronze-Maned Lion Bandits in an altercation that shouldn't have happened.
Mhm.
like how we can
Again, maybe we.
just sort of how we approach this in total. Are we here to like strike team assassin kill the person once we get to that stage, or are we trying to like more disrupt their operations, trying to discredit them, trying to get people to turn against them within?
I doubt that would work. I think it's cut off the head of the snake kind of problem.
Sort of. So, this is where I meant to say this at the end of last session, somewhat off stream, but just please no docs. My job is working on. I work at a site dedicated to a rebellion, and so my life is talking about how rebellions fall from within and from without. So I feel there are lots of ways
It's
we can get
historical,
around doing this. And so I think it's more of an option to us of which way are we going to try.
Well, here's my proposition then. We try the breaking it down, and if that doesn't work, then it's time to die. One of these you can't do it in the other order. We can't kill and then go the other way. We got to do it. So if it doesn't look like we're succeeding, then it is cut off the head and deal with it that way.
We've got the skills to disrupt supply lines, to create false information, to fuck up their filing system. Like we can definitely cause chaos in a camp, and we maybe want to be a bit more high priority to do that. We're not going to, if we sneak in as Joe off the street, we're not going to get access to things as quickly. And we'd probably still have to prove loyalty in some way going in more high profile.
That's the thing that's concerning me.
But we've got a good amount of toolkit between us that we could come up with something that would make it look like we've done something very betrayally without having to actually we've got a lot of links we could play on.
And again, as long as we win, that's fine.
So that's what we got told. We got told there's not. Yeah.
Remember that time we desecrated War Hero's grave? Like
I did not. I was not there.
We didn't desecrate it. We just looked at it a bit.
Beloved Samda.
And set up a wall.
I was not there. So I vote we try and get in, and if all else fails, that's the last thing they ever do.
So we try and make this conversation go more positively.
Try.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I can go more that direction.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we are going to have to reveal Riven under the black. Right?
Okay, we'll get to that. I think.
Yeah.
This reminds me of a time.
Weirdly, like all of the bandits seem pretty buffed by that. It's like, yeah, that's right, that does happen. I'm always losing my keys.
Back in the moment then.
Yeah. Everybody stops just idling as the soliloquy finishes.
We were buffering. It was loading. The server lagged.
Then, clearly.
So she's standing there with her sword. That's obviously she's pulled her sword. It's that she's not holding it like mine. It's just lazily by her side, as if we're getting to that part of the conversation.
And Lockhart has had his hand on the blankets. He will take his hand off, step forward towards her.
Trips on the
pull
arrow.
out his knife.
Yep.
And drop it on the ground and walk right up to her. Clearly now disarmed and well within her range.
Okay, like as soon as you get to within like arm stretched out sword range, she just points her sword out, like so that if you're walking forward, your throat would get to it.
Like, change face now, like, well, your intelligence is clearly greater than we expected, and that is most heartening to see. Bronze Main Line will have great use of our talents. We would have rather introduce ourselves personally, but clearly know more about us, we thought, and we will then to make some introductions through you, it seems. Probably you may have gathered, I am Lockheart Dourf of Queen Loudon's services. Perhaps those services could be better utilized by another. That is what we are offering.
And she's kind of just again staring at you, like down the length of her arm, the length of her sword to you. And then she just kind of like, her face softens a tiny bit, and she goes, "And you couldn't have opened with this?"
We'd really rather have more direct communications, but
She
as you
smirks
say,
and she goes,
change.
we're talking, aren't we?
We are.
Yes. How about the rest of you?
You can talk to them if you wish, but those that you already know are there, and think you can safely understand that I speak for their voice.
She goes, "Yes, but let them speak for themselves, shall we? The lion believes everyone has a voice worth listening to."
The line's clearly not been around
Communism long enough, yeah, you're right.
our city, Denkmark.
Denmark, yeah.
Does the lion spend much time in Denkmark? And we'll
Yes,
sort of stand aside.
It's like, yes, let's exchange intel after we're friends.
I had meant that it's like, if you think everyone is worth listening to, don't want to spend your
Yeah,
go
but like
there.
that's deliberate on their part. Like maybe not getting that subtlety. Maybe just being like, "Yeah, we're still not okay." Like even though she's softened up a bit, it's still because she's quite confident in herself, right? This, as far as she's concerned, these are still like threats, realistically, or people that have came from Loudenhall near the Queen's birthday celebrations, and these are very, very organised, right? And if there's any intelligence that has got to them from Loudenhall at all, which does seem to be the case based on how you know you haven't been followed yet, because you haven't spotted them, right? I didn't roll in secret for you guys. Do you know what I mean? I would have made you guys roll. So, yeah, like, these are reasonably confident you haven't been followed up until you went, "Let's just be bombastic and loud and attract attention." So, yeah, like, I think you can reasonably assess that this person's like, they don't necessarily want to fight, but at the same time, they're pretty confident. Yeah. And like they've clearly made plans that they've assessed, like, they're not just revealing this person under the blankets, like send more people away to be, harder targets, right? So
Can, like, from that last few bits, if this was D&D, Lockheart would be doing like insight check. Is she the lion?
I mean, you could roll it, but I don't know how you would ever gauge that, right? Based on the information present. Like,
Yeah.
you could roll to try and see how her men are reacting to her, but like she has referenced
it's
to
checkerboard, check note in Lockhart's mind.
Yeah.
And I guess one last player thingy. Riven, how much slander are we going to accept about the Countess?
I'd stick to slander of the Queen.
Preferably stick to slander of the Queen, but she'd take the Countess. But we could, like, just to let play our agency moment. The name of the sword she got given by the Countess was Key to the City. So if you wanted to maybe spin the angle that maybe we're helping the Countess take more, because the whole thing is the Countess, we could do that.
That was exactly
I
what
was
I
also going to say,
Countess
we can play. Sorry.
So,
no, I think you're
can
on it.
can I make some suggestions as a player here? Suggesting to someone that is a gatekeeper to perhaps someone you're trying to fake loyalty your way into by suggesting how disloyal to the queen you are by undermining her through a countess might not be the best angle. Because it implies, why would they ever trust you guys?
But that countess that has just had a promotion, just wasn't she? She's just gotten up onto the.
It's the equivalent of Mayor Threem getting a seat on that council, which, as you can imagine, would be probably more of a headache than he would want.
Big
It'd be hilarious though, but there are 2 other seats.
I was
Yeah, but there's a lot of
Maybe
windows in that room.
We don't have to fully, but I wonder if we can play on things happened when we were in Loudon Hall, and we are now suspicious of things.
There is
and
also
speaking out as a viewpoint.
The Countess
Rather
is a
than being
reasonable
fully-
angle if you look at it from the Countess's new position being probably your biggest asset as a group. Realistically, right? Politically, it's a voice in the Grand Council, right? So, where else to get the message of the Bronze Maned line out from? You could all, you have enough political savvy between you to work that out, right? That is obvious. I mean, yeah. As far as we know, the Countess Varga is very loyal to the Queen.
I was just trying to think of a way that would be palatable to Riven, that she could say, yes, I'm here supporting the Countess and her endeavours and her continuing rise, and wanted to make sure that when.
But then that would just come across as a threat, right? You're savvy enough to know that would just be the rise would be what's higher than where she is currently. Do you know what I mean? There isn't really much scope other than where she is. She's the voice of
got to maintain
country.
her position.
Yeah, but that isn't rising, right? That's maintaining.
There's only one person that can take that away. And
I see what
And you are future queen.
It's I'm going to guarantee that when the Bronze Main line comes in, that she keeps the seat she just got.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Yeah. I can get that. I can get that.
So I'm just obviously I know you're not Riven won't be particularly fond of slandering the Queen and talking about rebellion, but if it's through a different lens, might make it a little.
Yes.
Okay, I think
protect your Countess, then yeah.
So I think we're all on a similar page now. That seems reasonable. What's the plan in the moment?
In the moment, Lockheart would sort of gesture and say, well then, allow me to introduce you, and you shall hear from their own voices. I am Lockheart Dourf. This is Myr'ra of the Arcanatrix, and if she wants to say anything in return, to the.
I'll sort of stand up, having been pretending to still be who is it? And also kind of drop the act. Good evening. As Lockheart says, I'm a wizard now. Yes, that's my title.
Yep.
Yeah. A wizard of the Arcanatrix, and always seeking new knowledge. Happy to share it.
She kind of nods to you as if nodding. Again, I'm assuming you're still at sword point. Lockheart, or did you step back?
No. I stepped a bit to the side, so I'm not in front of her. But still, if she wants to come, I'm putting myself in that dangerous position, so that I'm no longer under Riven helicopter range.
I don't know how far you think you need to go for that, but it's probably not as far as you went. Yes, okay.
Yeah, and then Nori of the streets. He has many faces. Just a gesture to him.
Yes, yes, good evening. You may not believe this, but I didn't really lie to you. The full truth? I'm one day going to be king of thieves.
She just
Um,
she smirks at that. Like, you can tell she enjoys like that cocky attitude more, right? Like that's definitely something that appeals to like her.
And yeah, I can steal anything from anywhere, and you'll never even know I was there. Would you like to see any proof of that without causing any strife?
She just laughs and she says, "You mean until you light a big fire and start raving about your profits? Yes. Very subtle, but very well done." Kind of nods.
Profits.
Yes.
Everything's kept away. We don't travel with profits. But there are other ways of proving skills.
And she looks back to you, Lockhart, and goes, "And finally."
Sorry. I just had I don't know whether you remember it, but 1980s cartoons Godzilla. Just
Hello, motherfucker!
Bam, 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 bam! And then just the Godzilla roar. Did you know, my brain was like, yeah, the Godzilla roar, and I went to do it, like physically went, but I know I can't make that noise. Why would
Nobody can.
What was gonna come out?
Sorry.
That's okay, it was good. The blankets falling off like waves from the ocean. So,
and Lockhart will, I guess, say, Riven, these were the ones we were waiting for.
She just gets up and everything again. It just probably fall off her like waves, and the helmet's already up, and she has her sword in her hand, and she just slow turns her head to look at this woman that's got a sword pointing at you. And it's just, the helmet's kind of weird. The helmet looks like lots of animals merged together, like a bird and maybe like a wolf and maybe like kind of boar and hyena-esque, and it just has this big strip of black fur that goes all the way like down her spine. And it just doesn't look nice. It's this horrible chimera, and she's just staring through it at her like, hello.
yeah, and like I guess the visual you've got is like Lockhart standing to the side with Michelle Rodriguez's sword still at his neck, but like again more just like pointed towards his neck because he stood to the side to get like to reveal you, as it were. So it's more of a defensive move on her part rather than actively like pushing into his neck. You know, nothing like that. It's definitely just he has obviously encroached her.
This is my personal bubble.
Yes.
My personal bubble. Do not
2 meters, at least 2 meters. Yeah.
I don't like bubbles.
Yeah.
But yeah, sword in hand is just looking at her.
Yeah, and like
Lockhart will,
you hear like the whistle of somebody going, "Oh, okay," like
holy shit.
not quite,
Just
more just like
down.
like
And
like
plucks the arrow. And has just got that in her other hand now, like, okay.
and Lockhart will say, Riven's combat capabilities are one of her least useful attributes.
she waves her like kind of sword a bit, and like double kind of patch with the flat side, like against like your shoulder and like your kind of like chest. She goes, "You're not needed now, voice." And then she puts her sword away, and she goes, "Right."
Sword goes away.
And she kind of like just did that thing where she's got like her thumb back on her belt loop. Very casual, very self-assured. She's looked you up and down and done that kind of whistle of whew. And she says, "Really? Blankets?" She kind of half-assed says that to you, Lockhart. And she looks back at the gang and she goes, "My name's Kamala, and I patrol these lands for the Lion. You have entered here with purpose, it seems," and looks very carefully, all of you. Lockhart, quick question. Are you wearing your signet ring? Just, it would have been a decision you'd have made, yeah. So yeah, and like she gestures down to the, the ring on your hand, and the motifs obviously all over Riven's armor, and
That's for my countess.
yep, but it does all like serve the queen, right? In the long run, right? If you traced everything, but yeah, it's definitely Voros kind of designs that would be on it, I imagine, and yeah, she kind of just says, so, looking to defect or infiltrate? And kind of just smirks. I would be careful how you censor.
Hmm?
What was that, Riven?
Protect that which matters to us personally.
Excellent. What matters to you, Riven?
Gestures to the regalia she's kind of wearing, like, what the fuck do you think? I'm painted in it? Countess.
Okay. And when the lion takes the throne?
Parent she has.
She kind of like does like almost like a this could be awkward intake of breath before she speaks. She says, and your countess's loyalties to Queen Degal the Pretender?
Seat she's sitting in.
Why wouldn't she want the throne?
The fucking nonsense with swords. She doesn't like swords.
She like can't help but look at your sword. It's like, okay, sure, right, yep, definitely, logging that away. Sword's probably the same size as Michelle Rodriguez.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I like swords. Countess does not. Countess'
But it's just-
preferred weapon is a lot more sinister.
It's just funny though, right? Like the exchange, given the like tension in the scene, and Kamala says, "Yous ain't getting marched in front of the line without something of a substance. So, what are yous offering? You care about your countess's political influence. If your countess throws in her loyalty with the lion, I don't imagine that'll be a problem. Having someone already within the system able to operate it consistently to mitigate chaos when the lion takes over."
Counted for.
She'll ask us, who can?
I can. Chaos is good.
You can.
Yoo-hoo.
And like she kind of like she doesn't look as impressed with that, and she goes, "Chaos is not good for the people of Denk. They have been ruled by the wrong queen for too long, and it
Less
should
of
be."
that talk, more of the talk of the other ones with the fancy swords, the elves and such.
She like raises an eyebrow.
Forgive me, I don't want to jump in without a plan. No clever general does. What's the plan? With the other bundles with the swords, when they inevitably have words to say.
They would not dare try and rule Denk. Only the true ruler can say what is correct for their country. Wouldn't you agree?
Not talking about Denk, talking about everything, considering it was a union made to defeat the Fae. That's what I'm asking.
She does like a quick glance up to the moon, which is nearly full. In that kind of, yeah, let's not be talking about that so close to a full moon. Definitely uncomfortable by that exchange. And then she says,
Noted.
"You're thinking too." I mean, everybody would be uncomfortable talking about the Fae at a full moon, right? That's just a common thing. Like, it's been hundreds of years since the Fae War, and it's never left people as that fear of, yeah, you don't want to invite them in. Like, that's...
So what we're gonna do, guys, is when we get to camp, we're gonna put a lot of mirrors down and just start chanting the word "Fae" a lot and see what happens.
Nori definitely got some of those flowers that were the special
Yes!
Fae flowers, didn't he?
Some of them.
Oh, is that the case? Because I've got a lot of rolls that need to be made retroactively. If that's you just tell me what we're doing retroactively, right? No. So the thing is, though, like, see, invoking the Fae to the world, like, that would be a problem for the world. It's not just a problem for like one person. Like, it's
everybody, because that's why Riven's bringing it up. Like, all these
That's
people got
what
together to
would-
fight the Fae. You're now
Mhm.
going to insert yourself. How do you get them to like you? Because I don't want to be picking your side
Yeah,
and fighting
and, like,
all the other four.
the implication here, though, is that, like, yeah, they have an agreement.
Is
That
the
is-
rightful queen.
Yeah, it's like there's an
Yeah.
agreement. Obviously, they believe the lion's the rightful queen, so why would there be an issue, right? Like, and also they don't tell each other how to govern, like, their own shit. It's just the joint proposals that go forth at that meeting, right? Like, it's going, well, we're thinking about doing this in this area. Do you have any objections? Because it's either next to your territory or in your territory, right?
I
Like,
think
so.
it's what I'm trying to get across, like, as a player here, is as soon as this person turns up with this new sword and is claiming that, how many people with of the other four, how many of them are going to go, can't let that slide, because how much does that say that's okay to do to me?
Well, I mean, it's going to be quite
That's-
short-lived, though, right? Because it's either going to be one of the 5 blades or not, right? Like,
And
so
that's what Riven's
but
really
that,
pushing.
but
that.
ultimately,
It's really
right?
like,
That's how this world works. Right? That is the ultimate bottom line: is if the lion can claim the sword that is on the the belt of Queen Loudon, like, nobody would
Then she
think
has the
twice about
sword,
it.
yeah.
Like, that's it, right? If Loudon somehow is able to maintain it in the face of that, then Loudon's it's a really simple system, really. Leave it up to the swords. Yep. But all that was like way old magic bullshit from when they were made, right? Nobody really knows how they work, other than that they apparently do. But yeah, like, all rulers of each of the nations have relied on that system. I mean, it doesn't really matter in the case of the elves, because a lot of them are the original people, right? So, yeah, it never really passed on. And the elves as a group, for the 4 of the branches of the elves, there was only 1 blade, because it's the elven blade, right? Hence, remember, explained that's why there was 3 seats provided. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the elves could be represented entirely, and then they thought, let's just reflect that for everybody. So, yeah, like, it's very standard stuff, really. Like, I don't think it's going to get that complicated. If the lion can sit on the throne, has the sword, and turns up to the next council meeting and goes, so I'm the new queen? Yeah, cool. It's more likely to be insurrectionists within Denk, bless you, that would have an issue with that. Right? Because obviously people that were doing well under a Queen Loudon might be like, like, who's this new person and how do I get into their good graces, or how, do you know what I mean? Like, but there is still a lot of, like, it isn't like us in this world thinking, person with a magic sword, what? These are people that have grown up centuries with this system. So,
Also, wondering how Magic Sword works, because it might be Ark of the Covenant shit where the lion touches it and it's like, you're not who's supposed to have me, and just fucking incinerates them.
oddly, there haven't
Do
been
we
many reports
know?
of that. Yeah, I was going to say, there's not many reports of other people trying to claim these things, because usually they get killed in the attempt. If there was any
So,
attempts. But there
We
aren't
need
been many.
some volunteers to see.
Mhm.
Just to see, because that feels like a good fail-safe.
But yeah, that's the thing. Nobody really knows much about the blades, because nobody's ever been able to study them. Right? Like, why would you? Because then you'd be able to undermine them, right? In a way, if you learned more about how the ruler's sword works, then, yeah, like, it's not a thing. Or as I said... Yep, go for it.
The queen of the lions, then, does she have a sword just now?
You don't know that, do you?
We don't know.
Okay.
So if she does, then
I-
she's got a fake sword, and if she doesn't, she's saying that that sword's been taken off of her at some point.
She obviously has enough of a claim that people. This woman seems invested. She's obviously got something that she can.
It'd be incredibly
Like,
short-lived,
exactly.
right?
Yeah, if it was just like her going. Because I think that would be. Myr'ra's pitch would be disenfranchised, a bit disaffected, and we're here for information, and then we can exchange information that we have. Like, we are in the market
Mm-hmm.
for a new queen.
Shopping around.
I'm just checking the options. I've done a compare chart.
It definitely has, like,
But
see
it's
from the rumours, I'll kind of clarify this a bit more, because again, it's more like world knowledge your characters would know as well, as there hasn't been any rumours from, like, the BML kind of, like, line of info you've gathered so far. Not that you've managed to gather much info, but from what you've gathered, it doesn't sound like they're going to, like, chuck out the sword system, right? It's not like they're coming in and reforming anything.
Yeah.
It is very much a claim on the throne.
Change of
Mhm.
management.
Yeah. Like, same system, but new.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that definitely
But
seems
she's
it.
got to have something, because it would be vague. It would be common knowledge that that's how the system works. There are magic swords involved.
So how she convinced all these people is either she has a magic sword and says the other one's fake, or
Mhm.
she is showing somehow lineage-wise that it should be hers.
Mm.
Or she's got cash.
I mean-
Possibility.
Cash for gold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So in the moment, just Michelle Rodriguez like checking her nails out. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But it's good. It's got obviously a lot riding on this moment, right? So
Mhm.
how is responding to Kamala?
That's the question.
Yeah, what? We've been asked.
Like
What do we offer?
the gist of it really is like we were talking about the Countess, and obviously that's kind of where we got kind of sidetracked. And is like, are you basically saying the Countess will support the new government? Is that basically what you're saying? Are you offering the voice of the Countess to the Lion? I think it's the gist of it. Let's just phrase it that way, I guess, is what Kamala can say specifically to Riven, because realistically, and it will involve rolling, because you can bet your bomb dollar she will try and assess if you're telling the truth or not.
Well, it's not that. I wasn't going to say yes to that. I was going to say no. My job is to make sure my countess is in the best position and safe, and that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, but
If there's
that's-
gonna be a-
But what is your response to her phrasing it that way, right? Because that is the question put to you. Is her saying
if she's asking if the countess is supporting her, the answer is no.
No,
She's
it's
supporting whoever has the seat.
okay.
I'm just making sure she keeps hers. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying, because
Okay.
that's my job.
Okay.
Well, yeah, like a little finger. I support whoever's on the
Mhm.
seat.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's where I come in.
Yeah.
it's like, yes, I'm an advisor to the throne, not the person sitting on it. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
Mm.
No,
And
that's okay.
Riven's job is to keep the countess in her position. And with all this news, it's like, well, better make sure.
Okay. How true is that? Because you have mentioned a lot about trying to murder the Bronzeman line. So realistically, in Riven's attitude to this, are you order bound in your sense of the kind of? And this is more abstractly, I'm kind of thinking, right? So is your plan remove the line? Is that still Riven's goal?
Well, regardless, it is always going to be that.
No,
Regardless
that's
of
okay.
how
It's
we do
just
it.
good for
Yeah.
clarity, because obviously, yeah, it's maybe something I'm going to have to be asking a lot over the course of this game.
But is it a greater goal than trying to see your countess?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's a good question, right? Let's clarify that too. Like, what matters more? And I think you've answered it already, right? It's the Countess maintaining their position. That's what you said.
Yes.
Serve whoever sits in the seat, not defending the seat itself. Okay. It's interesting because obviously it creates potential honor-bound dissonance, like based on word to the Queen, service to the Countess. If it came up to a loggerhead, it'd be interesting. Okay. Yeah, like, I don't think she responds much beyond, standing her ground against that, and Kamala kind of looks to the rest and goes, okay, well, I know where you stand. And she looks to you, Lockhart, and goes, you so quick to turn allegiance?
Raise eyebrow. Quick.
And She raises an eyebrow to match yours, and then says, yeah, nothing about this has been quick, has it? And kind of sighs a bit to herself. More talking about now, really, than anything else.
There's very little I do that is quick. Much of this has been a long time coming.
Disappointed in the way your country's run, Lockheart.
Would we be standing here if no one was?
No, we're standing here working out if you are. And she just stares you dead in the eyes. You've done this enough to people to know what she's doing to you.
Mm. Mm. You're just like, it's a shambles. Utterly incompetent. Whole lot of them. We can do so much better.
Okay, now, how much does Lockheart believe that? Because, I mean, like...
100%. No word of a lie.
Like, do you genuinely believe that, like, the crown is in the shambles? Like... I mean, you have benefited from its infrastructure quite significantly up until this point.
Mm-hmm.
That has worked.
Lockhart was suffering last session with the trying to get shit done admin-wise because it's an absolute nightmare right now. So
No, Lockhart was specifically organising stuff which happened in a day, might I add, from the Crown's point of view, to make it awkward.
Yeah, like, the shambles part is not necessarily a problem. Like, that's not a... it
is a shambles, but...
Well, and the bureaucratic inertia is actually what Lockhart likes. So Lockhart, I would interpret Lockhart saying it's a shambles. Is in Lockhart's mind is that he could do it better. He's not saying it would be done quicker, and he's not saying that the shambles part is going to necessarily be what other people are seeing.
Yeah, but Lockhart believes there's a system that he'd rather implement, essentially.
That there are better ways that he could do it. I'm not necessarily saying it's a different way. It's just with...
This is the most fucking, like, question time answer ever. Like, no, let's just strip it right down. Let's speak plainly here, since those are the key words. Speak plainly. Lockhart, are you in favour of your government? Yes or no? As it stands. As vague as that question is, it's a yes or no. Like, where do you lean? There's no, like, 1 to 5, mostly agree. Loyalist or resurrectionist? Rebellionist, I guess.
So, Lockhart is a product of the system, and he interprets the law.
Mm-hmm.
So
as we have seen, he interprets the law very often for his own benefit.
Yeah, and he can see it, and he can see ways that he could change it better. He's not saying that he necessarily has to.
Okay.
And that's what the question was. That's why he said, it's a shambles, yes, yes, it could be done better.
And that's basically what I'm trying to get is, like, is this something Lockhart believes or not? And the answer sounds like it's a yes. Because it doesn't matter if it is true or not, it's about what you're projecting.
Yeah,
you're right.
Exactly.
Okay, interesting. Right. Okay, she doesn't look happy with the answer. But she hasn't really looked happy with most of the things you've said until that time you made her laugh, really. She looks over at you, Myr'ra, and she says, and your position? I mean, the Arcanatrix have no direct loyalties to the capital.
I said I'm much more interested in knowledge than anything else.
And what knowledge do you bring to the line?
I have worked
for Master.
I make a lovely cup of tea.
I've been based in both Cascade and Denkmark, and I've seen interesting differences between both. I'm interested to see how else knowledge runs in this world.
So it sounds like you're bringing nothing to the line.
I bring the knowledge that I hold thus far.
She kind of like shrugs.
Two different places.
She kind of shrugs and she goes, "Can you give me some sense of its value?"
I have a degree.
You travel with the rest of us.
And you not smell the
Knowledge is
weird magic
expensive.
on us. That was you.
Knowledge is itself important and valuable, but it's used to do various things and can tell you whether a decision is a good one or not a good one.
She smirks at that and she goes, "Then tell me this, Myr'ra. Is me marching you to my queen a good decision or a bad decision?"
If knowledge is increased, then surely a good one.
She kind of like smirks to that and she goes, "We'll see." Yeah, you can tell like she does not believe that. Like even if like
not that
Myr'ra
very
does.
untrustworthy, so.
Yeah, that's definitely something she definitely doesn't seem sold on either. Then she looks to you, Nori,
Mhm.
and she goes, "And you, merchant with no profit, what do you bring to the line? Besides your skill, of course, let's not forget that."
Now you've just eliminated everything I was going to say.
And that's like, but it's because you've said it already, right? She's not like asking you to
Exactly.
repeat yourself. She's kind of asking you to like give her a reason. She can't just march through strangers in front of our queen and be like, "Hey, I met these people. Look." Do you know what I mean? Like, and at no point. Besides, again, none of you have actually given her anything. Really, there's no incentive for her. Like, at no point are you use assets. These are all still liabilities. Even Riven went, "No, I care about my countess. She'll do nothing for you. Like, unless you're already done what you have to do." Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's not a criticism. It's just what has happened in her eyes. So if your goals here, people, were to try and convince her to be like, "Yeah, take us, we're useful, join," these aren't really offering anything.
So, in that case, we have discussed my skills, but you still haven't seen anything. There's nothing you can see from me just sitting here on my blanket roll. There's nothing for me to try and convince you. The truth of the matter is, I'm here to make things better for me and a small group of friends back in the capital. If your queen rides in roughshod over us, then I need to know that. I'll take that back to them, and we will do what must be done. For your queen, however, and I'm going to pull up the hood of my cloak.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
I'm going to share this with the group.
Yes, please do. Please do.
And then I'm going to roll a D100, if I remember how to do that.
Yeah, there's a roller at the side, at the left-hand side of Roll20.
Yeah.
That should help.
Hmm.
Okay.
Hey, it's not a 1.
It's not a 1.
Which is the most important part of that. Yep.
So I'm going to pull up my cloak. I'm going to quickly move from where I'm sitting. And I'm going to go right behind our chatty little person. I'm going to reveal my dagger. And I'm going to have my dagger at her throat. And then take my hood back down again.
Okay, so do you want to roll to try and do all that sneakily?
Sneakily against...
Well, you're trying to go behind Kamala, right? With a dagger.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I will also show this. Let's try that again. So I'm going to do my stealth task.
Yep.
No bonus. What would the bonus be?
Nope, no bonuses. They're like external
No
things.
bonuses?
Like if you wore a ring that specifically said you get a +1 bonus.
Yep.
No.
Difficulty.
I mean,
Unknown?
so see if you cancel that actually entirely. You could probably just put the bonus of the cloak built in, right? You could put 2 in there, I suppose. And I don't know if that will do it. I hope it does. But if you put 2 in there, hopefully that will just account for easing the task twice. Which is what your cloak does.
So, quick to
Hopefully.
roll. Bonus.
Yeah, so put 2 in there and see if that does
Yeah.
what we want it to do. It might only add a +2, but I'm hoping it'll actually lower it twice.
It still says difficulty unknown. So
Yep, that's fine. That is a fact.
effort. I'm going to roll against my.
Are you spending any effort? Basically.
I think on this one, yes.
Okay, yeah.
I
So-
want this to work.
So this will be a speed task. So do you have any
Yes.
edge in speed?
I do.
Yeah, that's fine. Yep. And then spend your 3 points or whatever it actually works out to be based on your character build, and then
So
Yeah.
asset, am I putting 1 for the cloak?
nope, because I want to see if bonus
No.
does this for us.
Okay.
I'll
And
see what
cost
happens.
would be 3.
Because you've already taken effort, and that'll factor that in. It's only if there was additional costs involved that would, like if you're spending an ability that also happened to make it harder to detect you. Like, I cast Psychic Fog for 2 points, or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so, trained effort, and then... Yeah, so I think the bonus did factor in, because difficulty -2 does seem to be there, and I don't really know where else that would come from. So yeah. Effectively, it moves the difficulty in 3 steps, which is the equivalent of adding 9 to your roll, realistically, right? So yeah, yeah, like you let me work out the exact numbers here. Yeah, you get into position behind them, like incredibly, like, you know, probably quite a surprise to everybody here. Like anyone has seen Nori move like this unknowable, basically Frodo just put the ring on Weathertop. And yeah, like you've snuck behind Kamala, you've got your dagger out, and where are you holding this?
It's going to be against her throat, but not enough that it's going to be draw blood. It's just there that she can see it, that she
Okay.
has no option here.
Okay. And I'm just going to confirm you're committing to this, knowing that there are 4 people that were around the party you do not know, and 1 definitely is an archer.
I am.
Okay, that's
I-
okay.
Would point in as well. I just saw in your artifact says you can see in the dark when it's on.
Yes.
So
Yes, I can.
that make it easier for you to try and see those other ones that are.
For the next 10 minutes, so far, yes.
Yes.
Yes, it definitely would.
Now, I would also say that as quick as the knife comes out, the knife is going to go away again and just
Yeah,
point
it's
and
yeah,
point
it's
to it.
posturing, right? That's the whole point of it.
Yes.
No, I'm not taking it as like a deliberate attempt on her. Even though quite clearly it's very possible. But yeah, so she like you do that, you reveal yourself, I take it.
Yes.
Yep. Do you say anything while that happens?
The proof is in the testing, and there's my proof of my skills.
And I think like there's definitely like the briefest moment where like the eyes narrow like in a split second by like the firelight. When they've realised what's happened, like you've been there, a couple of like seconds pass, and then there's a knife at her throat, briefly, and she didn't like spy that, so definitely. But you can like kind of tell like, I guess Riven that's staring straight at her probably can tell the easiest based on like their kind of like combat history is like their body was ready to react, like they had all the right muscle memory kicking in there, but they stopped themselves when they realised the blade was there. Even though the blade goes away moments after that, it's as if like this person may have cut their throat while doing it, but like would have attempted to like either like pull their sword or pull another weapon from somewhere, or like in some way defend themselves, the way a trained warrior would.
Yes.
Like they were definitely caught off guard that way though, like in the I thought I was ready, not quite. So yeah, now like you can definitely like, what do you do? Like, do you step back from them? Do you go back into the camp kind of ring?
I will step back from them. I'll wander around them, throwing my knife up in the area nonchalantly, and just go and sit straight back down to where I was and come.
Yeah,
"You
and like
asked for proofs?"
Kamala goes, "Okay, you're in." Just immediately,
Oh.
like, and like absent-mindedly adjusts the collar of like their leather skins that they're wearing.
If you ever need a shave, just ask.
You're trying to imply something, and she does that
No,
kind of,
no,
like flick of her neck.
Just an offer. Just an offer.
Again, I'm imagining the same kind of hairstyle as her D&D movie character as well, with all the kind of like pulled up braid down her back. So yeah, it's all very exposed and clean, and there's that faint memory of the blade. Probably haunt her for a bit. So yeah, nicely done. But that, to be fair, is the joy of that that robe. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's one of my skills given away.
Yep. So yeah, the after like she said that and the exchanges happened a bit, and like she looks at you again, Nori, as best obviously she can by the firelight. I keep wanting to say candlelight, firelight, camplight. There we go. And says, "Did you take that from an elf?"
From an elf? No. I was granted it as a boon, as I am partially elven.
Kind of like raises an eyebrow at that. And you've thrown your lot in. She just tilts her head to the three of the others. This is probably the first use I've heard of this as well, right? Like Nori being half-elven.
My lot has thrown in. Unlike my companions, I am self-serving. I have no master until I'm caught. If I'm caught. And at the present time, I see a change, and I need to test where that change is going.
So you are the wind.
That is a nice way of putting it. I will go where the wind blows.
She kind of just nods. Like there's definitely like a level of respect that she has for you, like way more than anybody else. Like again, as impressive as Riven physically is, like that could just be, a prop person in a suit of armor so far. Like, I mean, the fact that they can hold the sword they're wielding is impressive, right? Alone, it's the same height as her, but moving as fast as you did, as quiet as you did, like, yeah, definitely made her uncomfortable. Like, it's the first time she's maybe slowed a tiny bit of, maybe I'm not fully in my depth here.
Who's in charge? Maybe not you.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like this guy that was pretending to be a merchant and like shouting nonsense at his friend who also shouts nonsense just can move that fast. What? Yeah. So the Kamala says, and the rest looks back at you three as if you still haven't given me anything my lion needs.
Can I see the person that shot the arrow?
No. You can only see Kamala and two other people that have like taken like strategic positions around the group. As I said, you technically never saw any of them initially. So that's all you can see when you kind of come to.
Riven's gonna just draw the sword and point at the two that are still here. Pick a number, and I'll show you. 1 or 2.
She kind of like raises an eyebrow.
You want an example? I don't do the threat. I do the finishing of the job. So pick 1 or 2.
You're asking me which one of the men you're going to fight?
Kill. But yes.
Kill. What makes you think I want my men to die tonight? They look physically uncomfortable.
You want an example of our talents. I don't.
No, I was offered an example of his talents. I said, give me something my queen needs. Less men is not something my queen needs. She kind of rolls her eyes a bit, like she's... Yeah, there's definitely like an impasse there. She looks to you, like Myr'ra and Lockhart. She goes, anyone else wanting to threaten my men?
Look at the knife on the ground. Or the drop. That's not quite.
What do you mean on the ground? That's gone. That's probably in Nori's pocket. But
not unless I say I've picked
it's
it up.
been replaced with an IOU note.
I mean, you're invisible, and I feel like.
I think Myr'ra will say, it's hard to know what to offer when we don't know what your lion needs precisely. We can all give you examples of our talent. But as you say, that's just listing our resume.
Yes.
Unless we know where the gaps in the need are.
What would you need if you had to reclaim a throne that was kept from you? We need influence, we need support, we need supply lines, we need intelligence, we need all manners of things. This one has offered services, useful, infiltration, intelligence gathering, assassination. He like nods towards Nori like, that's like, yeah, like, yep, golden ticket. And then she gestures to Riven and goes, this one has anger but clearly counts themselves capable. I don't need my men to die to prove that.
Riven really wants to just cut this off. Like, Riven's getting sick of this talk. We're not getting anywhere. It is literally like, we've been at this for too long now. She's going to say no to everyone but Nori. This is a failed one. Let's try again later.
I might... The Lockhart might sort of be a bit like... You're... to claim the rightful place, you will need to continue the systems in some capacity that are already there. We have knowledge of those systems, we can continue to help them run once things have changed, but in the meantime, we can help you get to there. We have skills, understandings that I can guarantee you don't have our equal in your camp. And you say that your greatest virtue is patience. I assure you that virtue is not shared by my dear friend Riven, so perhaps you might want to let the line make the decision for herself once she has seen us.
She kind of smirks and she says, and you want me to walk that in front of my lion? Given her reaction to my men?
She has a lot more respect for the line than she does cups.
She kind of like smirks. And she says, so you're offering me administration?
Among other things. That is one of our capabilities, and I assure you, it, from whatever supply lines you have, whatever capabilities, organization between us, I'm sort of gesturing a bit towards Myr'ra, that from both mundane and exotic, we can improve your chances.
She smirks and she goes, then improve them. Give us a gesture. We can meet again, if need be, and I'm sure if your gesture is up to snuff, you will have your audience with my queen.
Where would you like to meet?
She kind of just gestures around. I'll know where to find you. You're loud enough. She laughs.
I'll gesture at her neck.
Not next time we won't.
Yeah, like...
We can just stop this right now, like... I'm at that point.
Hey, I don't care, I'm in.
Swords out. I'm ready to go blender mode. And I think Riven does kind of want to see Nori go ham as well. She's like, I want to see what you can do. Let's go. Not a fucking errand boy.
I suspect
Feel
we
like-
can continue. If you don't want to, like, if Riven Blender, then
I'm just saying, like, what does she want as a gesture? Like,
so
we're going to get further away
I
before we
think
get
that's
closer at this point.
obtrusive.
so I would take that as do some tangible help. So I would kind of say ignore her now. That she's offering us a chance to prove ourselves. Which again, yeah, Lockhart would go. Okay, we're not actually gonna prove ourselves to her. We're gonna prove ourselves to the lion. We're gonna go. We're kind of going to ignore her. We're going to go move past her, but we're going to bring something. Off the top of my head, I was thinking, a bit of intelligence of like we know where Loudon's going to be, but also trying to have a look at trying to learn more about their situation. Be like, they're in this sort of region. They might be low on something particular. We might try and find a way that we can get that to them.
We
Find a way
gotta be
to
real
use that.
careful because only so many people know about this mission, and we could look seriously bad and get into serious trouble.
Yes, if we lose.
That's what Riven does not want to do. Riven is like, if this makes me look bad and my countess by proxy look bad, I ain't playing.
That's why I asked at the start, how much are you willing to slander Countess?
It also, if we take it, gives us at least time as a group to talk without.
Yeah, the pressure of them.
Yeah.
They
It gives us
can
chance
be
to
dealt
decide
with.
what we're willing to do. But also it means that we can then go, we'd prefer to kill them all. We know they can come back and meet us here. So it gives us
Also, when you
At
said
least,
one or two, I fully expected you to mean, like, do you want me to kill just one or them both?
I said that was some of it.
Oh, that was the trick question. If she said one, I would kill only one. If she said two, I was killing both. That was the trick question. They weren't numbered as individuals, it was how many as a group she wanted me to
No,
kill.
that is what I took from that.
Okay.
We're all just monsters, it seems. But yeah, like there's no, like I said, I haven't written a correct way to resolve this. You're presented with this. It's like.
Yeah. And she is like in it, like if we are just liabilities.
Well, yeah, like as I said, like look at it logically. If you were trying to get some, like if you were the people that are trying to incite a mass rebellion, you're going to need things that work for you. And a bunch of people that seem to have just admitted they all work for the current, administration have been like, yeah, cool, let's go share all of our secrets with each other. We're not telling you what we actually can do, though, right? Like we're not offering anything tangible, which is what they need. So yeah.
Riven does one thing and one thing only, and she's offered it. She kills.
I think I realised afterwards. I was like, oh, I didn't mention that.
I didn't say that you're from the Arcanatrix, though. So
Yes, but
and
I assume there are people there who just.
Well, I mean,
none as well as you. None as well as you. Come on.
But also, like, she has acknowledged that you're from an independent Tudenk organization, right?
Yeah.
The Arcanatrix is housed, like the Whitehall, both housed from Cascade City.
Yeah.
So like that was at least acknowledged that maybe your loyalties aren't as stern as the rest. And obviously, like, Riven made themselves very, very, very clear that like their loyalties are to the Countess, and it doesn't really matter what shakes up, as long as their stuff doesn't shake up. So, like, you have like clarified what you are willing to accept as change, but not what you are bringing to the table, which I think is where you are maybe conflating the two. I said Nori very clearly was like, fuck it, like knife to the throat, done. Like, there's why I'm useful, done.
I bring death. That is what Riven
Yeah,
does.
but you offered to kill her men.
Example.
Like, that's not an example. Like, that's
her.
removing her men isn't useful to her.
Riven is good at killing things, and if looking at Riven, she can't figure that out, she's stupid.
I mean, she has definitely
Riven
figured that
arm
out.
But
So either she can ask for an
example
example
an asset.
from Riven, or just go, alright.
Yeah, but it might just be that Riven doesn't have anything to offer the lion, ultimately, right? Beyond murder. But murdering the lion's stuff isn't the way to do that. Like,
does she have a victim for me to kill here?
I'm gonna take out an assassin job, yeah. So there's this Loudon lass kicking about. Also, like Lockhart, like you're not really gonna sell much with intel on where Loudon's gonna be, because everybody knows where Loudon's gonna be in her hometown for her birthday.
Yeah.
We could ask.
We all know where
You
the
have any other
actual king
thoughts
is
on
going
your
to be on his birthday, but the guy that's like helping organize that probably has a better idea of these sort of things. Like, I feel like we can do specifics.
Yeah, so offer that. Don't just say,
Things like that.
Yeah.
Troop numbers and movements
Yeah.
into Loudon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to give specifics right now
No.
to the lackey, and that sort of.
yeah, I'm not going to use the keys on the gatekeeper. Why would I ever do that?
Why do that when we could just beat her bloody and senseless? Like, a Riven is at that point, it's like, I can break your bones in alphabetical order to make you answer my question.
Riven's been under those blankets for too long. Someone give her a Snickers, please.
Riven is not vibing with this person at all.
Nori turns to her and says, "Do I need to put you in Sky Jail?"
Oh, that's a funny image.
There's a big fire there. I'm just saying we can just
The dirty dancing scene as Nori gets crushed under Riven.
I know. Yeah, but yeah, I do not see us getting through with this person. Personally,
I don't see Riven getting on with this person. Everyone else has
No,
at
I
least
don't
kept
see
it
us-
civil.
I don't see us succeeding because we can't give her what she wants.
I
need to
don't
totally
quite see
back
it
a
as
second.
key in the keys. I think we there is how do we put this to her that she is part of a rebellion and they are in need. They are not yet a state, and so they are in need of people to help give her that strength. I'm trying to think of a bit more carrot and sticky. Like, we can help her. We can get her help, or we can. I don't want to threaten her saying we can work against them because that kind of undermines her point. But if she didn't need us, she would already be queen. Therefore,
Yeah, no, I know the angle you're going with. Yeah, it makes sense.
Therefore she.
But
is
like
in
again,
need of
words
supporters.
words here aren't useful, which sadly makes Lockhart a bit useless here in that sense, because you talking at length with this Kamala isn't going to get any further. Kamala is the gatekeeper as far as this scenario is concerned, and yeah, if you want Kamala's support to get to the line, then you'll need to give Kamala tangible evidence. Like, as I said, Nori did it. The offer Riven did doesn't work for Kamala. Let's face it, she doesn't want her men to be killed to prove something. That's not the point, really. Which tells you something about the way they handle their people, right? Like, she's not just throwing her men's lives away. Going, cool, kill him if you want, right? Like, I don't think there's any, like, undermining going on Kamala's part at this point, right? Everyone's still getting me because I can see that some people are a bit laggy on the camera.
I just don't know how Riven can be useful here. I'm just standing like.
But then that's maybe Riven
that's
isn't
it.
useful here, right? Maybe you aren't diplomatically useful in this scenario because you don't necessarily want to give up anything of any, like, you don't want to say obviously, well, my countess will support whoever because we have a voice in the
I'm
Grand
not
Council.
speaking on behalf
Yeah.
of my countess, but she'll counteract me straight away.
Yeah, but that's
would
what I
be-
mean.
it would
Like,
throw
we're
us under the
establishing
water
that,
straight off the bat.
right? As I said, we're
What if
establishing that.
Lockhart speaks on behalf of the Countess?
No, you know you don't. You've met her.
Yeah, but his point is that you want to infiltrate the Lion Gang, and you're offering no way to do that, Riven, other than murder. That's the point we're kind of drawing here. So you either have to not be involved or be involved, I guess, is that right? That line. And you would have discussed this previously. What is okay, what's not okay, what we want to pretend. And like, your concerns, Riven, are completely understandable. If you end up doing stuff and saying too much, like on a negative front, and that gets back somewhere, it could make you guys look bad. But you also are the people that have like a direct line to the king and queen. Like, you have been in their presence more than most people in the country. Like, you have a mayor friend, right? Like, it's not like you've kind of said what you're going off to do to, like, even Sir Ethane. Like, it's not like you haven't told people, by the way, we're going off to do this thing, we can't say too much, but... And if you came back looking like, you know, you were framed or whatever, you've probably got enough clout to try and clear that up, right? Like, I don't
I
imagine...
guess I just don't trust the system to recover us, is what I'm trying to say. I don't trust the Queen to fix it. I don't trust the King to fix it. I also, because I didn't give the Countess enough information, trust her in the sense to be like, oh yeah, that's the case. Like, I imagine the Countess would just immediately throw our cover, and I'd be like, fuck. So, like, that's the issues
But
that I'm
then,
seeing as a player.
but then you as Riven with those concerns would want to buy time to go resolve those, right? That gives Riven the chance to then reach
Because
out.
we have access.
It just feels like we've made so little progress, and we're making less now again.
Well, it's not that. Yous have made lots of progress. Yous have established that they need things. Yous have
then we're
made
gonna go
contact with
back.
people. Yeah, but that's like going
And
back
forth
is not
it's-
going backwards in progress. Going backwards in progress would be knowing less than you know now. Yous know
Do
yous have
we-
got people
do we-
here.
Do we need to go back with the communication lines that we've got open with Lockhart and Myr'ra? Can't they be used to prove their standing in some way? Again, I don't know how that works, so it's only me thinking out loud that what you've set up, does that come to you
could
personally,
try,
or do
we
you
could
have to
definitely
go to
try
a
and
way
check.
station or something like that? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Riven,
I
again,
think mine would come to me.
They're both magical communications in some way directly towards you guys. Sending them back's the difficult part. So that's how that works.
so asking them for information is the
Mhm.
difficult part.
Yes.
You couldn't, for instance, say to what information would provide us access. What do you need right now that would allow us to prove that we can provide
But-
you information?
So
where
the
and when?
only hiccup there is you're asking what their vulnerabilities are, and at no point will Kamala offer you anything that you could then use as intel to go away with. They've said, well, you know what's needed for these types of things. Give us those things, and give us things that are useful. So if you think, by the way, here's a whole bunch of treatments, or on this day they always leave this door open to keep to bring fresh air in, the back door of Dinkmark, right? Like, whatever you think you are willing to give up to prove loyalty to get in, but you won't prove loyalty without sacrificing something. I think you need to fully deal with that. And if Riven can't get on board with that, it has to then be discussed as a party. Is it murder o'clock going through that camp? Because, like you say, the Bronzeman line seems to have gathered enough people to be a problem, right? Not a problem you guys could solve through combat as a party alone. Maybe though, right? Dice Deluxe might be on your side. I mean, never say never. I've seen crazier things happen. But I guess that's decisions you kind of need to make as a group, both as players and characters, because it seems like you are very much at odds as a party, which isn't going to make any progress actually meaningful until you have discussed that. I think we're at 8:30 for us now. We're going to take our normal break, but I think we're also going to take a bit of a slightly extended break because we'll do some offline chat, I think, just to try and clarify, just to kind of save on some admin, so everybody's on the right page of how they want to proceed, because I think that's probably worth a quick discussion. So we'll be back in, I don't know, like maybe 15 minutes or something. Say goodbye for now, folks.
Back soon.
And then I'll find out how to put us on pause again. Okay, so that should be our audio back, hopefully. If one of you
I
could
can
speak.
hear you.
Excellent.
Can you hear us?
I can hear the people.
Good, good, good.
Huzzah.
I don't want it.
I can't wait to see all the thumbs up we get as we go. It'll be good.
Yeah,
Why?
I'll just keep my hands below screen. I think it's gonna be I'm on a tablet. That's my assumption.
Yeah, weird gesturing
Is it possible
software.
to learn this
Yeah.
power?
Anyway, welcome back to part 2 of session 2 of Pride's Claim. It's the 23rd. No, it's not the 23rd, sorry, that's wrong. It's the 13th, sorry, of the first 24. It's because we played on the 23rd last time. That's why my brain's all like session 1 dates. Yeah, I'm apparently Ryan GM. Here are the players.
Good evening, my name's Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockhart Dourf.
Brad who?
Interprets the law and never puts his foot in his mouth.
Hi, I'm still Hannah, and I'm still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept, who is getting very close to solving this all in one way.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris, and tonight I'm Nori Nediam, who has got the golden ticket, it seems.
Hi, I'm Nat, and I'm playing Riven, the tough warrior who is about to actually dragon suplex every one of these guys into the fire if things don't go our way.
Us? I think she's talking about us.
Now imagine what Scott would have brought to the negotiations.
I don't.
I did
want
think that. I
to
thought this would have
do.
taken 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's what we
We've been
done.
promised into service for 10 years. We'd have given them all of our money. We'd have promised everything we owed. Like,
But
instantly.
one of them would insulted him once, and then everyone would be dead.
Yeah. But that would have happened later.
Yeah, that would be in the camp. It's like, well, I guess job done.
Yeah.
All
And
walking
then, yeah,
home sad.
One would elbow his suit, and it would be over.
Yep. Oh dear. Well,
One of these days, Scott's just going to play like a Scott. He's going to play a frog character, and it's just going to do nothing but Pepe faces. We were most fucking
It's gonna be the,
unbelievable decision.
know how the buff frog cosplayer that goes around convention?
Yes.
It's just going to be that as a character.
Uh-huh. Just Pepe faces, just
Oh well,
no,
shout out,
Scott, no.
shout out to you, Scott. I hope you're feeling better.
We love you and we
sending
miss
good
you.
vibes.
Yes. But yes. Anyway, so back in the scene.
Take it away,
What was
Myr'ra.
the last thing said?
Well, what would you like it to have been said?
I think something about like, if you can't offer me anything now, then we'll have to like the kind of the
Yeah.
we're putting a timeout on the conversation type phrase.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
something
but-
akin to
Yeah.
the phrase of like, you know, if you need time to prove your worth.
Well, time is probably something we don't have as much of. And Myrrha's going to stand up, and I'm going to walk through the fire. I'm not
Okay.
going to let that bother me. I'm going to just walk right the way through it, step to the other side, and go, you are looking for information, and I know that is key to a campaign. We have that to offer. If you need a piece now, then I invite you to look at the unfortunate death of Samda Perron, who was, and I'm going to pause as in audience participation is required.
And then
I'm
you
going to
ju-
look at, like, I'm gesturing. She's probably not going to answer because she's got too much power for this. So I'm going to look
Yeah.
across at the other two in the camp and be like, join in.
So who finishes Myrrha's sentence?
My job here's done.
Oh, I was looking at the other two bandits.
She was looking at the
Oh,
bandit.
right. I thought you were
The
talking.
bandit.
I thought you were talking to your party to actually be like, yes.
No.
They can also join in. Maybe everybody choruses it in unison.
Yeah, like she's still just like she doesn't say anything. They haven't said a word. They only looked scared when Riven suggested, "Should I murder them?"
Oh yes, that's bad. I have
Yeah, yeah.
The Queen. Okay. Did we?
Queen's Guard.
Thank you, Riven. Honestly,
Anything.
a very tragic loss, and one that leaves surely a large hole in anyone's defences. Isn't it interesting that position has not been filled? I'm going to make like direct eye contact.
Yeah, and I'd like to do my persuasion roll.
Oh no!
This is why I didn't say anything.
Okay, I have an inability with this. Just so we're all aware.
I'm still
Did I
going
remind you about this time?
And I will also say-
I can fix this.
Okay.
So what is it your inability is in? Let's cover that.
Persuasion/deception.
Yep.
It's because I'm suspicious. Okay, cool. People distrust you. Tasks to persuade or deceive are hindered, is what it says.
Yeah, and you did just
What
walk through
seems like-
fire, so yeah.
Yes. I'm going for the unnerved.
Yeah, yeah,
Like, this person's weird.
Mhm.
Like, I was trying to double team the.
it's like a bit
I
of like
don't know.
it's a bit like a pseudo intimidate, right? It's posturing again. right?
Yeah, it's a posture of I'm going to do something that makes people go, wait, what did she? What?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to drop information that makes you go, wait, what?
Mhm.
I'm trying to double take them.
Yep, yep.
I am going to use effort,
That is-
absolutely.
Yep, yep, yep. And if
Um,
any of your party had helped, that would have been nice of them.
Riven joined in.
I did.
I believe Riven then said that's exactly why I didn't say anything, was Riven's last statement. Or Nat's last statement about Riven.
That's why I didn't say the piece.
I don't have any assets, I don't think. I will look at my list.
A speaking cone. I have a speaking cone. To enunciate.
I have some tea kits. No. Okay, there's no cost. Okay, that's not
Okay.
terrible.
And you used effort, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So that's like a 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Kamala looks at you and she says, "You're saying that the captain of the Queen's Guard hasn't been filled?"
No. It is empty.
And when are they planning to resolve that oversight?
Well, I do think you'd maybe have to take that up with a different part of the administration, and I'll look at Lockhart. But I will continue. As far as the information I have heard goes, the person who was offered the job did not take it.
Who was offered the job?
Are you aware of? I'm going to dump him in. I don't
Yeah.
remember him twice. That guy. We can't even remember his name.
Yep.
And so potentially this is when we find out what his actual name is. I'm going to look and go, I'm sure you're aware of the recent journey of Commander Stolt to Loudenhall. He seems to have preferred a cushier position.
Kind of like narrows her eyes a bit and goes, "So Stolt was tapped for the captain."
Mm-hmm. I'm going to kind of look and at least that's the information
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got.
You're like, yes.
Yeah.
Of course it
I
is.
believe it.
I mean, to be fair,
Yeah.
you were there when he did say, like, you know, like
Yeah,
that
he
was
said
flipped.
that.
Yeah. Mhm.
I will say that. That in that case, how would you say it? Like out of the horse's mouth?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that the phrase for that person told me themselves?
It works.
He said
Yeah.
said so directly. Also works. Like, yeah.
Yes.
In my meetings with him, as I'm an important member of the Arcanatrix doing diplomatic.
So important. Just slowly rubbing the soles of my boots to make sure that they're
Yeah.
not on fire.
Yeah, I was like, clothing on fire. No, it's fine. So yeah, yeah, okay, right. And so, are you saying that he said it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
That information came directly from him.
I see. And then obviously, you'd indicated to like Lockhart during that conversation, so she does like turn her head to look at Lockhart to see if there's anything coming from him.
As she looks over to Lockhart, he will say, if a sort of gesture in agreement, saying like, as I say, we are a wealth of information and private knowledge that would be most valuable in coming on the return to normalcy.
Kind of gives you a funny look when you say that. That's a hard line to read, that one. And then she kind of like nods. Now at this point, obviously I'm pausing the narrative here. Like, Riven, are you leaving it at that, or are you throwing in anything?
Okay, I have two potentials because I just remembered one of them. We have the fact that I can do the weapons, or we have the fact that the general suggested I ask about the position. Taken over from Samda. Asked if I would take it.
Yeah, you could offer not, but is
I
it
could
implying that you could maybe stand in that position for the line?
I could say that the general that you've aforementioned offered the position to me if I would take it, and I told him I would think on it.
Which could also maybe
yeah,
you could be you could also, like Nori, be an infiltration.
Like, I am right beside her. It's the, Jaime Lannister move of like, I'm supposed to be protecting you. However, no.
You seem to have fallen on my sword. Oopsie.
Oopsie daisy. So what do we think? What do we think?
It just depends. Like, also now it has to be what you think Riven would do as well, right? Like, what are you going to be comfortable with role playing down the line? Is ultimately like you just need to really sell it to her. That's it. Right, that's the main hurdle here. But yeah, like that was both obviously Stolt, you and him exchanged that, and also like you and Sir Ethane had that conversation briefly because you'd suggested why aren't you going for it? And it's like
said it back.
Yeah, likewise to you, but I am not of Dink. Yeah,
I can't. I don't have the appropriate visa.
They don't outsource. Yeah.
Again, it's information that sharing doesn't lock you into saying I will serve Queen's Guard for the Lion or I will infiltrate for Loudon. It just shows that you have the capacity to have been the Queen's Guard.
Yeah, and could still go back and try and attain it. For
which again
use. And also can just sell the card of, and by the way, I can fix your weapon, right?
As I said, like
not only link them together.
Not even just fixing weapon. Remember, like maintaining weaponry and like helping people, like making more, like again, fixing, maintaining, making more, and training how to use them. Like that's the package, really. Never mind the fact that you're also potentially tapped for a position you may definitely not want, but it's quite right.
That's in my head.
But like that's massive, right? Like that's the person that stays with the Queen, the Pretender Queen.
Okay. Well, if she looks to me, I'll just running off of that. The position as the general, that of the guard. Told him I would sleep on it. A ticket in to her.
And there's residence. And you're saying you'd utilise that position to the benefit of the line?
Necessary. Sweet. Amongst that, dependent upon your plans. And it's just kind of tap the sword. I don't want to look like I'm reaching for it. I just kind of dink it over my shoulder. This thing is kept apart. Could keep older swords, but also teach you how to use them. I have many talents fighting great numbers and individually. I offer you training as well as how to do battles on larger scale if it comes to it.
Yeah, like she definitely looks like a lot like she's taking the group more seriously now. Like there definitely has been like a shift in her posture that way. Like, okay, you can kind of tell like now it's not like a waste of her time, right? Like, just looking going, I do feel like you could have led with all of that.
Well, as much as you didn't know if you could trust us, we didn't really know if we could trust you.
She does. She just grins. She just grins at that. She goes, "Sure," and just nods.
It is the middle of the night. You didn't accept our tea.
And you did shoot an
Myr'ra
arrow
will
at
look like
somebody who
genuinely
was
put out with
sleeping.
that.
And she
Oh, can I have some tea, darling?
says, "Your information will take some time to confirm.
Information does.
You're looking to ally yourselves with the lion. She'll need to judge you for herself.
That seems wise of her.
There will be sacrifice in that." Chill looks at everyone and goes, "This posturing, no, none of this can make it to her. You will show..." She kind of like stresses it, like, "You will show some respect to the lion. I don't exactly expect you all to bend the knee immediately. But this tension, you won't make it in front of her if this is the attitude you carry with you. Am I understood?"
Well,
She
maybe
goes,
you shouldn't have an attitude. You shouldn't have an attitude, bitch.
I think Myr'ra will say, "Crystal clear. Thank you for the advice."
"Thank you for the information." Well,
Want to take
Yeah,
the
nod
offer for
right.
her tea or not? Like, you've still not answered that question.
no, you will pack up and you will be escorted with me. We will travel together, unless there are any issues with this.
But the tea.
Can have it on the go.
Kind of like rolls her eyes. Shall we?
I think Myr'ra will nod.
Right.
I start rolling up my bedroll and
Yeah.
my horse.
Gathering the bits.
Lockhart didn't get any sleep yet.
Yeah.
His first watch.
No one has
Now we're moving.
Lockhart, just get on the horse and fall asleep. I'll guide your horse.
After you, my lady.
You're forcibly put up on the horse, blanket put on top.
Just
Night time.
like he's
Do
a
they
bounty.
have swaddle?
Yeah.
Do they have horses, or is the expectation that we will slow our pace? We will
Yeah, they don't seem to have horses.
walk with them.
Yeah.
We'll just walk.
Yeah, I
walk
think
along.
put stuff on the horses
Mhm.
and lead them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Lockhart
giving
is asleep on you.
Yeah, that's someone will lead Lockhart.
We've actually taped a
I'm
bunch of
just
horses
one of
together
them.
and lay them across them. Yeah, Nori?
I'm also going to douse the fire and make sure the fire's out. Just safety's sake.
Sensible. Very
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, yeah.
After the tea's boiled, surely.
Yeah, of course.
Travel
The
tea, packed up, Lockhart on a horse, off you go.
Oh.
Yeah, perfect. And yeah, like Kamala essentially like watches used to a degree packing up, and then obviously like does a couple of whistles into the air, and some of the men like come back from the shadows. Yeah, and I guess you start
Riven
traveling.
still has that arrow in her hand, by the way, and she says, "Whose is this?"
Oh, like only the ones that it's linked away from the campfire come back. That one that went away has never appeared again.
Oh.
So there's only 7 of them.
Now an
Yeah.
arrow down. You don't want to be an arrow. Stupid. And I just hand it to Camilla, like, that's your problem now. Enjoy this.
She kind of like just takes it awkwardly from it and goes, "A memento, I'm sure." And just like stuffs it like somewhere.
Always
This woman's bullet journal is going to be
Yeah.
fuck.
One of the rules of battle: always pick up any weapons you can still use, especially arrows. You have no idea how quickly you run out of those fucking things.
Free advice.
Yeah, right.
I'll have it.
I mean, it's on Kamala's belt currently, so you could definitely eat. I don't doubt your skill at attaining it, but
She might also think you're trying to take her belt off her, which will go a distinctly different way.
Can someone pick up Lockhart's dagger if he's been just put on the
no, we can make the
Yes.
assumptions that as you've packed up, you got your stuff. Yeah. I don't
You
need people.
didn't instantly fall asleep.
Yeah. It'd be different if you'd been knocked out and disarmed by them. That's different, right? But like if there's reasonable things that can have happened, yeah, you can definitely have your dagger back. But yeah, so use travel, like again, kind of southwesterly. Do use attempt to make any small talk because you're going to have been traveling for like quite a few days to get to where you're apparently going, which does seem to be closer to the actual like mountains of the Roxfall mountain region.
some
Yeah,
weather?
Myr'ra will be.
Yeah.
Where are you from? How long have you worked with the
How long
lion?
have you been there?
Yeah. What's your major? Yeah, Myr'ra. I don't know if anyone will talk back to her, but she'll probably talk quite incessantly.
Yeah, and I think like if you got names, it's probably just from them absent-mindedly referring to each other rather than giving you
Yeah,
information.
And she'll have noted that. Like she'll
Um,
have matched
so-
names to people.
let's get them some names then.
Yeah.
So we're definitely not hearing any any Steve.
No more Daves.
Let's see if I can get you some names. What the hell is Forgef? Forgf? Forgef.
Yes.
Okay, so let me see. I'll get some names. So we've
Like
got,
a cry. Forget.
so we've got
It's a forgetful furbolg.
okay. So the names we've got. Let's see what ones work quite well. So we've got Buran, which is Bhuran.
Ooh.
We have Rask, Rask. What else have we got? We've got Saric, which is Saric. Let's see what else we got going on. We got Aleng, Leng. Let's see. We've got a Dirk. Need a D name in there somewhere. Got a Dirk. And then the last one traveling with you people is Strun. Strun.
Good strong name.
Mm-hmm.
So number
not
8
bread.
never came back.
You just have never seen number again.
They ran ahead to tell
All right.
the lion.
Number 8. Question mark.
Yep. I mean,
You know,
technically it's number 7 question mark because technically 1 and 8 or however you're normally it's Kamala.
Yes, she was
Yep.
number 1.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Don't worry, she was at the top.
Okay. You don't gain much other than just that, like, some of them seem closer to others, right? Like,
Mhm.
I mean, they seem to gravitate. I guess from what you can witness, it does seem to be that they're friendly in pairs, and it's not that it's romantic in nature. It seems like that's how the structure of their little unit works. One person there and one to watch their back type idea. So, but that's all you've really gained in, like, you know, the time you've spent with them, just the way they operate, like going and scouting and stuff like that, back and forth as you've kind of been escorted. They very specifically, like when small talk and stuff was attempted, Kamala would have stated during that, like, forgive us if we're not quite friendly yet. You know, she's being the point of information contact, and she's like, again, that kind of confidently competent, you know, way of no, I've done my part. Like, she's probably done this a few times. You could guess that she's had to have these awkward initial conversations with people looking to sign up. That doesn't, like, you know...
She's the greeting committee.
Yeah, I mean, well, from what you can gather, like, her job is to, like, basically protect this territory, right, and stuff, and obviously the people she meets is like, well, what are you here for? Are you here for, you know, friend or foe? Like...
Friend or somebody I'm going to kill and loot. That's
exactly,
who she
yeah.
really is.
Are you bringing us supplies, or are we taking your supplies?
Yeah, that is the thing. Don't make her seem nice. She's not nice.
She's lovely. So...
I think the only question Riven would ask is, why bronze-maned lion? That would be the only question she'd ask. Just like, is there like a significant story about this place? Like, is it a thing of mythos? Is it just their favourite animal? Like, what the reason?
And like, Kamala's response is, gotta be called something. That's really the most you get out of them, really. But it's said in such a way that you could probably gauge that if there is an answer, Kamala doesn't know it. Like,
right, okay.
Like, that's the way it's said. It's very much a case of, gotta be called something, you know. Like when somebody goes, and what's the meaning of this? And you go, well, what isn't the meaning of that? Right? It's definitely a tiny bit of covering that up.
It's definitely a Lockhart answer.
Yes. I mean, she is essentially part, like, within Lockhart's, like, purview here, really, right? Like, just with more knives. So, yeah.
I suppose it just confused me. I thought bronze-maned lion, it was a man. Because the have the main stuff.
She kind of just shrugs that off, like, oh, the more you know. She obviously hasn't thought about lions that much, despite the name. Yeah, like, Kamala doesn't offer much, other than, like, she interacts with her men. Most of the time you guys are, like, the majority of the troop are with you guys, and she'll individually talk to people away. So...
Does she know them all well?
I mean, they all act like she is the boss very distinctly. There's no way to, like, misconstrue her being the top dog. But they're, like, she's, again, that quiet confidence thing, right? Like, she's friendly enough. She doesn't feel need to say, I'm your boss every 2 seconds. Like, she'll be like, was it Baran, go and scout ahead? And they'll be like, okay. Or wouldn't even necessarily acknowledge it, he would just go and do it. Right, and then she wouldn't need to say, like, Rask, look after him. Rask would just go, because they know, right? This is their routine that they've got going on.
Yeah. Would it? Does it seem like they're from the same sort of place and background, or sort of, as you said, that people have done lots of things?
Yeah. So, like, I guess, like, if you looked at them, if across Denk as a full country it had very varying types of, like, people, then these would be various, right? It isn't just all, like, specifically Southerners, right? It's accents are from all over the place. Some sound like they could be from the capital. Some sound like they could be from as far as Voros, but generally it's hard to say. Nobody specifically sounds like they're from Voros, because otherwise that would be like a very important factor for Riven to pick up on, but, like, there's definitely enough variation between the bunch here that it kind of proves they're a mixed bunch of people from across town, but they're all human. That's the one thing you can take away from it, unless they can pass as well as Nori can. But they seemed shocked that Nori was a half-elf, or at least Kamala did. So.
And is there any indication of motivations? Why?
No, nothing. Nothing like that's given. Because they've basically been told not to interact with you guys, right? Like, they know that, so there's very little that way. Just how they're operating, travelling, and keeping the group safe is the only thing you can really ascertain at this point, is that they're quite good at what they do in terms of their organisational structure. Even the fact that, like, if one person's out scouting, there's someone looking out for that person. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's like their reach is staggered and stuff. So no, they seem to be, like, fairly, like, again, Riven, from, like, your point of view, like, tactically, this group's operating as if they're independent. Like, and I don't mean like they're not taking orders from someone, but they've been given a mandate, and that is what they follow, right? So, yeah, they are not necessarily like scouts. Like,
Disorganized.
but it's more to do with they don't just come back and forth from the camp. They maybe report back to the camp, but they are operating out with the majority of the time, it seems, just from the how used to it they are. So yeah, it seems like they live in the land rather than in any kind of other structure. Is what you can kind of just glean. It would be an assumption, granted, but it's a pretty good one. Just in how they're operating. Very like clearly good at guerrilla warfare if they had to be, right? Like enough to get stuff done, but small enough to keep like themselves quite unnoticeable if they had to, as like a kind of small cell. And if this is one cell, how many are there? Because the territory here is huge. And there are many approaches to the mountains. It's not like the mountains are super easily defended, right? Like, they're not difficult to defend by any means, but you'd need a lot of people to obviously like do that. It's just the terrain's awkward, so that's why people wouldn't. They're not necessarily from a tactical point of view. It'd be dumb to make this place a place you mount a fight from. Like, it's a good defensive position if you decide to put infrastructure in. If you build it up, you could make it really defensible, but it'll take a lot of infrastructure, which doesn't seem like the gang has. Otherwise, it'd been noticed by now. Because remember, you looked into like what kind of materials and stuff was able to be lifted from the land. Like, was there like mining or whatever? Yeah, like, and you're kind of waiting on any kind of detail from any kind of you just haven't really received much that was anything to go on so far, based on like the area of the land. But yeah, like, I guess like a couple of days pass. Kamala turns to the group and says, we're about to, we got about a day before we really get there. Any other surprises I should know about before we vouch for each other? And she says that each other very loosely. Like, it is very much because if you're gonna murder me now.
Do it now.
Please do it. Do it so no one else sees.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to get embarrassed. Everybody still giving the thumbs up. It'll come in a couple hours' time when you least expect it.
It was there 5 minutes ago when you were.
Yeah, something went up there.
You had the tiniest like thumb here, and then a big one like outside.
I'm sure there's a setting I can turn off.
Maybe it's just it's like a socially awkward iPad where it's like, oh hi,
Yeah.
they're waving. That or someone's trapped in it.
Always a possibility.
But yeah, you are all still maintaining the pleasantries and such as yeah, cool.
Yeah, I think it's yeah.
Yeah,
I think would perhaps be trying to talk to Kamala if she's the only one that's willing to talk. I would trying to talk to the others, but if they have all been told give the cold shoulder, then eventually working if she's the only one willing to kind of chat.
and it's not like they're ignoring you guys. Like if food's made and they're passing you a bowl and stuff, they'll acknowledge you. Like there's functional conversations happening. It's just nothing personal is being exchanged of any substance. And again, it's
Nothing
only
personal, nothing bad.
yeah, right, and it's only because they're sharing. Like they're so used to saying each other's names is the only reason you have picked up on the group's names by like day 3 or whatever it is we're on now. So yeah, you are aware though that roundabout now, depending on how long the trip takes, the Queen should be arriving in Loudenhall about any time coming up, really. Again, hard to say exactly when, but the Queen wasn't going to hang around. Like the Queen was like, I'm going to get there for when the birthday celebrations are meant to start. Like everything will be clockwork, because again, that's the image that needs to be projected.
So everything's fine.
Everything's fine in Basing Sea.
And we've not seen like mobilization. We've not seen like other groups moving.
No. No, you have taken very deliberate routes as well, you can tell. Like, these are routes that they have mapped out and planned. So if there were other places, it might just be that those other cells don't use the same routes for obvious reasons. Like if one route was burnt, for example, if people found out about it, then... Yep.
Yeah.
So it tells you, like, there's a lot of thought being put into, like, even just where they are. Lockhart?
Just, Lockhart would be trying to have sort of conversation with Kamala, seeing if he can get any sense of why she's in the fight.
Yeah, like why she cares.
Yeah.
Well, how do you broach that? Because maybe that can be like the conversation you're having with her as user, like, you know, on that last leg of the journey.
I guess sort of perhaps going out of curiosity of be interesting to finally meet the Bronze Moon Line. What was your first meeting with, like?
She kind of says, I was it was tense. She kind of laughs. Yes. Intense is a word I would use to describe the line.
Your first meeting with... Yeah, I guess that's something he's been also trying to work out. I guess, does she seem aristocracy, or like...
I mean, how are you trying to work that out?
Accent?
Do you mean Kamala?
Yeah.
Right, okay. No, nothing about Kamala seems highborn.
Yeah, this would be like your first time...
If she was stolen as a child, right? Like...
Yeah. So have that as you know, saying, is it intense? Say, oh, intense, you know, perhaps was it your or are you often dealing with the crown and royalty before?
She just laughs very like abruptly at that very ugly laugh and says, no, I'm not. Because my family travelled across the sea when I was younger, so I wasn't even raised in Denk. But coming back to see how things are and how they could be is very motivational.
Yes, the must say the Rakashans do things quite differently, don't they?
I don't have much experience with them, luckily. It was the orcs I lived amongst.
Ah, another sea. Yes. And travel does tend to broaden the horizons, but nothing is insurmountable, even the great distances.
She kind of just does that noise of, but whether they followed exactly what you were meaning is a different story, but definitely just a, yes, I'm in this conversation noises.
Is just trying to get a sense of then seem to work out how long she's been around, like, and were you there from early on then? Clearly in a high position.
I wasn't there when the lion was born, if that's what you're asking. I'm not... It's gonna give you like a funny look.
We'll laugh and like, but from their declaration there.
They've been working in secret initially, because you can't exactly go around saying you're meant to rule when the usurper is so well nested.
Quite so, quite so. I'm sure those early days for reaching that point where suddenly it becomes a reality, suddenly becomes something to really follow behind, stops being just whispers and shadow. Must have been quite a moment.
Given the mobilization the line has achieved in less than a year. We'll take pause for everyone's note keeping.
Write the note. Oh,
Mhm.
Myr'ra's just behind you.
Yeah, there you go. The writing desk. But yeah, like what you're gleaning from is like the line seems to have like pretty much came from nowhere, established their claim. People went, yeah, that makes sense. Let's go for it. That seems to be quite, yeah.
So, yeah.
That's very quick.
And
You've
people
got to have something.
something. Something's going on.
Hmm. So, yeah.
How close does that year coincide with the death?
Santa was like a couple of months
Santa.
ago, remember?
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
probably at this point it was like 3 months ago, I guess, ish. Maybe less than 3 months ago is when
did she
Samda
get
was
married?
when Samda was buried. Right.
Mhm.
The Queen, it was recent as well. I can't remember. I think I did
Oh,
give
wow.
times in the first arc, but I don't remember what they were, but it was recent.
It
Um,
was
Her
within a year.
marriage. Yeah.
yeah,
And also,
it was very
if it's
recent.
less than a year, that's sort of around the time of the last birthday, possibly.
Hmm.
So the last time the Queen was in Loudon Hall.
Yeah.
I just have King Consort is new.
Yes.
New.
The new model.
Douglas DeGal in his 60s.
Yeah.
Sorry, just doing timelines. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Lions, it's not been like a slow burn at all. It has been, well, bam, I'm here, let's go for it.
Yeah. That's even more impressive then that
That
they've got.
fucker has a high persuasion roll.
But they have been around in secret before that. In the
Well, yeah, they are a person that have existed, and if they're technically, right, let's say they are legit, they needed to have been born legit, right, for the sword to care about them. If that is their, like, from the structure of how the world works, that needs to have happened. So yeah, they need to be a person that
There'll be
has...
a point where they find out that information.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, then. One more timeline thing, then, please, for my own mind. When did the Queen go to Chimera?
You don't know that they did.
Okay.
And it's
We
Caldera,
just-
but yeah, you don't know that.
Caldera, sorry.
It's
'cause-
the last thing you know is Cleft Perron, Samda's man, said she let slip to him because she seemed worried, and they had a conversation about her travelling away as far. She wasn't going to be back for a while because she was travelling to Caldera on business for the Queen. And that's, you don't know when, you just got, like, that was probably the last thing Samda did, if indeed Samda did that. But that's, you got that from Cleft.
And then we got burns on the sword.
Yes. The sword was
Which
very
was
damaged.
But yeah, we don't know. We don't know if where exactly Samda went. We don't know when, and we don't know if the Queen went with her.
Yeah. It would be very weird if she didn't.
We didn't.
Yeah. The Queen was
Which in
like,
either direction, weird.
like, yeah, because Samda travelling to Caldera is a big deal, like publicly or incognito, both are important, because hiding the Queen's Guard would mean you have to hide the Queen. So like, was Loudon just in a cupboard for a couple of weeks while, like, you know, Samda went travelling in stealth? Like, they're both hard people to hide, essentially, and their movements within the capital as well. So yeah. And it would take a lot for Loudon to okay Samda going herself. So yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going on with that scenario.
That's good.
That was 5 of the post-it notes I removed from the board. But yes, so use any last questions for Kamala before we close the travel section?
I guess I just want to get a sense of, does it seem like she likes Lion?
Oh yeah, like anytime she's talking about the line, it does sound like there's a bit of hope in her voice. Like, not that she's in despair about the current rule, like her story does seem to be, she lived a long time on the other continent, and then came back and went, oh, this place isn't any better. And then somebody like the Lion turned up and went, oh, actually it could be. That's the impression you get from Kamala's storyline. So yeah. And like the orcs are like as developed as like the humans on the other continent. Like so, it's not like she lived with like tribal like nonsense.
Are they the same continent as the continents?
Yes. So the two main continents are obviously the Table of the Five Blades one, and then across the sea there's the Rakishan Empire continent. They don't have those names, but that's all I'm calling them so far. And the lizard folk, the orcs, and the Rakishans' home is that continent. And then the Table of the Five Blades races are all on this continent. And the only other tidbit of information is the Fae never invaded that continent.
Which was...
Yeah. But beyond that, there isn't much else to really say. Yet.
The Fae didn't invade that because they were waiting to destroy this one? Or
Those are different post-it notes.
Yeah.
That's a complete post-it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, moving on then.
Yes, I'm sorry, Chris. I know I do that, right? But it's
I know,
nice. It's
I
nice
know.
that you find the stuff.
Things I've got to ask.
Yeah, I'm glad you find them interesting. I like that.
Yeah.
But sadly, not relevant to this exact moment.
Yes.
So yes. Any other questions? Going once, going twice. Got it. Okay, cool. So yeah, like use through the most clandestine paths and routes and whatever, like yous would struggle to navigate your way back out of here, like without getting lost, like the routes you took through the mountain passes and stuff. And I say that full well knowing like how skilled yous are as a group. Like the whole point is it's deliberately been designed to be labyrinthian, right? Like it's meant to be awkward, and like there probably is much quicker ways to do this, but everybody probably had, like as I said, those cell structures from what you can kind of glean probably do have their own routes back, and various like protocols. So when you get like you aren't there yet, but you are getting close, like you are maybe like an hour out, like there's people that have came and met with Kamala, like basically runners essentially, that have come out and like there's a brief exchange. The gist of what he's gone over here, because she's trying to keep it quiet, is just, is everything okay? Was the gist of the conversation. Like, is there a reason you're back? And then they've been sent back off again as runners. And yeah, like they move fast. Like they have mounts and stuff as well. Like, you know, they are very fast moving. And it's not horses they have though. They are again the closest things, weirdly, a mountain lion, but not quite exactly. Like they're mount sized. So they're like dire lions or something you could say. Just since why not? Let's lead into that. They're not specifically called that for obvious name-based reasons, but that's the closest visual you've got for them. Mountain cats.
Cave lions also existed, which are very similar to that.
Right, okay.
Thundercats.
Thundercats. But yes, they ride their Thundercats back to the mountain camp. And like as you get closer, like this place looks like it's a proper like fort. Like it's all like massive like wood log walls and stuff like that. Like, you know, like if people have moved trees here, like they've built this place up. There is wooden, like big, as I said, tree trunk level walls and palisade style like walls in places. There's like carved stone in other places as well. So you get there and there's the alarms going off of the police services that they've got in the place as well. So I'm kidding, that's a siren based joke there. And just waiting for the emoticon to come up.
No.
But yeah, so as you get there, the place is like a lot more fortified than what you'd maybe expect. It's not a camp as such. It is essentially like quite a large like keep that seems to have been made. You just go through some awkward admin looking processes of getting in. No paperwork as such though, but just, you know, people exchanging like the right types of information with each other and the right gates getting opened. And like to assault this place, like even to sneak in, Nori, it'd be quite difficult to get in with the amount of people you can see watching this place. Like there's enough people here that this place is never asleep, from what you can gather just on how many people are around. The estimate of like a couple of hundred people under the, like, you know, banner, if you will, could hold up easily. that's only if everybody was here. So there's possibly double that.
Okay.
Just from what you can see initially. These are all initial assumptions. I mean, it could be posturing, but maybe it's not. And that's only the stuff you can see as you get taken in. These are put in essentially like a kind of big kind of lodge type thing that's been like thrown together. It's not quite Viking village, right? But not like a million miles away from like a, everything's been put up relatively quickly. It looks like they've been here a couple of months, like from what you can tell. Doesn't necessarily look like there's been like much more than that, but this place definitely has like, you couldn't have shaped this keep in a couple of months, so this must have been somebody else's project that they have capitalized on, which either means whoever had a claim or stake here in the mountain has either offered it to them or they've taken it regardless. But as far as you could work out, there's nobody had a claim on the mountain. But a bit of oddities, but yeah, like they seem to be either very well looked after from some kind of wealthy patron, if that is the case. Because again, even just moving the trees this far here, like the further out the mountain you go, there are trees, but yeah, like nothing is big, is what's, yeah, it's a whole lot of questions, I guess, this place. Either, again, seen to this big kind of like lodge thing, it's essentially just a very, very, very big shed. And you're told to relax, and in due course, you'll be sent for. There is essentially quite a village vibe in here. Like, I don't mean the village, Resident Evil style. I do mean it's very much a case of like you've seen families and stuff. It's not just like warrior types. It does seem like there are people, and obviously as standard, kids have been staring at the group of strangers that have been escorted. They don't get anywhere close to like where user put, though. User put in like quite like a relatively secure place. Like it clearly is somewhere that either, more important guests get put. It doesn't look like a prison, but is it just a nice looking prison? You aren't locked in. Well, you aren't locked in. Nothing like. It doesn't seem like there's locks even in like designed for like just the wooden door or anything. It's just shut over with a bit of a latch, and that's it. You're left in there alone.
I think when given chance to be less observed, Lockheart would have a quiet word with Myr'ra, sort of just indicating like, how natural would you say do you think this place is? Do you think they're using magic to build it? Or...
Did I see any indications of magic in the construction? Like, do things look unnaturally placed?
You could roll if you wanted to try and glean that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, I think I'd have been looking for like magical capabilities anyway, because that would be what you'd be scanning for. Like, that's what her, in the same way Riven would look for, like troop numbers, movements, training.
Yep.
Okay. Why is my character sheet so zoomed in? I have like Helborn magic. Would that be something I could roll with?
What is Helborn? Isn't that the thing that just grants you the boon?
No, that gives me magic lore.
Right. Okay. No, that's fine. Yeah. If it's
And so I have it as one, but I probably should split it to two because it says like magic lore and lore of the underworld.
Yeah, there is two things, but like that's just what that
I will split
skill gives you.
Yes, but I'm using magic lore.
Yep.
Okay.
Getting to see loads of Anna's remade character. Yeah.
I will try that again because nothing seemed to happen.
No, I never saw nothing. I'm like, is it me that's timed out? Because I know sometimes I time out.
There we go. Submit. I will use effort because why not?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have an asset.
Keep in mind, folks, as well, you have travelled for like 2 days, so like recover pools that you can obviously recover. Well, hey, look at that!
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
amazing.
Done.
So
Do we
you
get our effort back
I
as
was
well?
also just like, what?
so you do 4 damage to the. So
That's exciting.
so Chris, effort is more like the effort number you have is like a limit rather than a like resource itself, right? So you have to pay, but you can buy up to your limit per task. So anytime you're doing a task, which is anytime you're rolling a d20 realistically, you can spend up to your limit on that task. So if your task was, I need to do a task to sneak here, then I'm doing a task to shoot my bow. Those are 2 different things, so your limit applies to each. So you could do spend 1, if your limit was 1.
Okay.
So you're good there. Effort doesn't get exhausted that way. It's just that if you're doing a task, you can only spend up to your limit on that specific one.
And also, if you don't have the like points to spend.
Yeah, exactly. Your
Yeah.
pool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So with this then, yeah,
Uh-huh.
I think we can just safely assume you get the points back, right?
Oh, yes.
Because I still have never looked up that rule. Like I should at some point. Look up the rule when it says you get the points you spent on something back. But we can just say that happens now. Yeah, in terms of you looking around and stuff, there is nothing would be as crude if it was done with magic, right? Like there are
Like magic smooth edges that are present.
like, and they wouldn't do half the job either. Like this is like, oh, this is half a stone carved wall, but that's possibly what's been left behind from previous attempts, and then they've just put a palisade wall at the rest of it. Do you know what I mean? To like patch the job in. Beyond that, like you can definitely tell, like if magic did this, it was terrible magic because it's half-assed. It's a very big job if you were to do this with magic. Like you'd need a pretty top. Like you'd probably need like a very large amount of like
oven almost,
like similar to like what you needed. Like we needed, was it 13 people to summon an angel barely? Like we're talking like to do something as big as this quickly, you'd need like 10 or so people working in concert with each other. It could be done, but it would be rare 10 people that powerful would probably go on. So yeah, that's why the Arcanatrix kind of divvy up their position. Going, oh, you want to go study over there, like way over there in that country? Okay, on you go. Yeah. Yep. Don't upset my magical waves here. Yeah. So, so you can probably safely say that magic didn't do this. There is, however, and this is the major effect here, right? That I'm just going to go with. Like you're welcome to pitch ideas, but I feel like you'll like this. There is 2 very distinct magical presences here. This is normally when like something like an artifact is very powerful.
Okay.
And they are very, very different in nature.
Okay.
If you spend 3 points of intellect, I'll tell you why. Because you need to push to get that. Okay. So, and this, it will be discounted as well, just edgewise, like it would be discounted just the same.
Oh. Awesome.
Yeah. Because you're spending from that pool, so that rules still apply.
100%.
Yeah. One is Fae.
Okay.
Yep. The other is more arcane in nature. But the one that's arcane in nature feels closer and not necessarily like, it's maybe clearer, right?
Okay.
But the Fae one is stronger and bigger. So
and do they feel like artifact presences, not like
it's
a person?
It's in this.
I can't
No,
tell.
you don't know if it's an artifact or not. It feels like if you were standing next to something giving off magic.
Yes. It's the similar feel.
Yes.
Okay.
I was just using artifacts as a similar thing. Like it could be something tangible. It could be a person. It could be a place.
It could be a spell,
it's just basically it's a source of that vibe of magic. And the way, like, I guess to kind of highlight my description a bit better, is it's like looking at a lighthouse and seeing the sun behind the lighthouse. Right, the lighthouse is definitely very visibly
As
there.
closer, the sun is obviously.
Yeah. If that makes that a bit clearer for how weird I was with the description of.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Okay. So yeah, you get that.
Do
Yeah.
we want to meet this person or get
I think Lockhart
minds
probably gets
melded
quite a
here?
wide-eyed.
In the same vein, before we get further into that conversation, Nori is obviously.
Nori
gonna
just
try the
kills. Just kills Myr'ra. It knows too much.
Yeah. I'm going to check the door. As you said, it was just latched, but
Yeah, no,
I'm
you
gonna
go and check it
thoroughly
all. Yeah,
check
like.
it.
I'm
I'm going to look through windows to see if I can see anybody watching the doors and see if I can.
As far as I can
ascertain
tell,
whether or not
no.
we're being
Like,
watched.
nobody's around. Like, beyond people just doing standard, what looks like, militant village kind of vibed. Like, yeah, like, you're not observed. That you can tell. Right, you open the door a bit, it moves open, it's obviously got a latch so it can stay closed if there was wind. You look outside, there's nobody standing guard, like, it was a case of, user here, we'll send for you when you're going to get seen to, basically. There are windows in the place, some don't look into other places other than just at stone walls or into like bits of fencing. That's not exactly a scenic place. But some look out into slightly further areas of the camp and stuff, but there's nothing of note, really, other than people going around their business. Like, you can definitely see people, like, organising supplies, people are tending to, like, what attempts at crops there are. Like, yeah, like, there's a bit of agricultural, like, manoeuvrement in this place. Like, they've attempted to grow things here. But nothing really weird, right? Nothing out of the ordinary that wouldn't make sense for what you have assumed this place would be, which is a place to mount a rebellion from. And it does look like if this was going to be like the source of the lion, it does feel like here, like it's enough infrastructure, it's big enough, it's impressive they've got this place. As I said, somebody must have attempted to carve something in here beforehand. Like, there was plans here.
Okay.
Probably look quite panicked. An attempt to answer Lockhart's question by saying, I don't think infrastructure was magically formed. Money, I think, was behind. Money or patronage, or some of it looks older, so maybe something already here that's missing from plans or charts.
Oh, good. We've got nothing to worry about then. All in the clear from the magical concerns.
I'm just going to put my hand over Lockhart's mouth going, she's making the upset noise, she's making the upset noise, don't get this.
I don't know if I want to say it out loud. There's very strong magic here. I don't know if it's a who or a what or a where. Some of it feels very familiar, very arcane, quite like the Arcana tricks. Maybe the other one, not so much. And I'm going to make very direct eye contact. I am not going to say it out loud. I want you to think about what other things have magic. It's not. I won't ever necessarily have felt like a Fae presence, like in my lifetime. Like, the war is far beyond that.
Yeah, it would be.
It will have been stories and
people that say they've talked to the or had dealings with the Fae are very bold people or very drunk.
Yeah.
Like, it does happen though. Like, there are rare instances of the Fae still doing stuff in the world, but it's if one was ever caught by even the Fae, it's not ideal.
And we are getting close to full moon, aren't we?
I mean, it's probably a full moon this evening.
Yeah, that's what I suspected.
Funny that.
That seems like great timing.
Mm-hmm.
It just might be an easier way to help convey as well.
Oh yes.
Sure.
I think you'll notice that she might yes, if you say that back in terms of that's your acknowledgement of what she's saying, I think Myr'ra will look incredibly panicked and will pull out a diary and flip through it and go, oh, fuck. Yes. We might have to talk about something else as well. One second. I'm going to sit down and do some deep breathing and try and calm down.
Riven's just there rubbing your back. But
Yes.
Riven is just now staring at the door.
It's like the rattling this cold cup of tea that's been like in the travel.
Oh,
Alright.
yes. Okay. Well, there might be
Might answer a lot of
more than
questions.
one problem.
What if that is the problem?
Oh, I think that would be very bad. I also might not have mentioned something about myself and monthly issues. We might. Okay. I probably shouldn't be around anyone this evening. We might have to figure out how to do that. I have a small family problem that sometimes impacts around the full moon. Not that one.
Therapy?
Well, close. Wolves don't really run in my family. We're more feathered. I look incredibly panicked.
Okay,
I've never lost track
darling,
before. I'm
it's
very
all
sorry.
right.
It's not good.
Shh. It's all
Am I just like smothered? I'm so sorry. I didn't think I wouldn't notice. I thought I thought we might have solved it by then. We did the last one so quickly.
Myr'ra, tell
No.
us what you would like us to do. What would best benefit you above all things?
Well, it would be very useful if we got into a fight, but it's probably not useful if we're in an encampment. I can try not to do it.
Would that
But
harm you?
No, it just might make it worse.
And that was a yes.
Well, you might need to I think. Okay, so my family have a thing that doesn't always happen, but sometimes happens because of my grandma. She's lovely, but she was a demon. The people don't talk to each other, but some of my family change around the full moon and shed our skin. It's not a very pleasant process. I had forgotten it was coming. Well remembered, Lockhart. At least we remembered before this evening.
All right. You said feathers. Do you have wings?
Yes.
Could we get you outside? Just let you fly it off, I guess.
I could definitely try. I'm not the most in control of what I do.
What a great
When-
first impression.
Yes,
Zoos it.
it's quite like that.
I don't think we want to let a buzzard loose in a cage of people we're just meeting. That might go.
No, I don't feel it would make a good first impression.
Yes, so definitely outside.
I don't normally tell people. I'm very sorry.
It's
Um,
right. Oh, it's
it
all
doesn't
How
normally
big
come
do you
up.
get?
I stay this big.
That's fine, so I can outmuscle you.
That might, if you just sit on me, maybe we'll be fine. You must keep your armor on though. I can't do any of the magic when I'm like that though, so that's good.
I've been clothed and bitten
Mother
at by a
tested.
demon plenty of times. Don't worry, I'm into that. It doesn't matter. Right. Okay. So restraining you and keeping you away from people is going to be a priority tonight. Did anyone
Sorry.
notice where the sun was, just in case we're in the middle of this fucking meeting when this happens?
So I found notes, right? Let me just give you some more about that. So when I was looking through my old notes for this world, the one side of Gian always faces the sun, which is where everybody lives, and the moon's what casts shadows as it moves across, is what I wrote once. So I may as well stick with that because it's weird.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess that's how days work here. I wouldn't overthink it. Nobody else does.
Yeah, none of us would ever
No.
reach stupid amounts into that.
But I like that. It's weird. It's, you know, different to
Is
the
it cyclical in nature?
weirdly not, no. I would never say that. And you know this. This is our cycle. But yes, so hey, I gave you the grand cycle, okay? Just accept that for the soul's journey. But yes, there is a bit of panic and a bit of a flap, you could say, no pun intended, in the lodge. Yeah. Any actual plan other than waiting on being attended to?
Right. Okay. How close was the sun to going down when we arrived?
I know, it was quite. It was like the kind of afternoon, like early afternoon.
Do we have any?
By that afternoon, I mean really it's before 12. If it was here, right? So really not afternoon at all.
Okay.
Very much pre-noon.
It's brunch time. Okay.
Like morning, you could say.
So we have any rope and all of the blankets. Best suggestion I can give: wrapping you up, tying you up, and me holding on.
All of these are good plans. I can say I only have to do it for an hour.
That's fine. I can do that for an hour.
And I haven't ever tried to resist before, but I could maybe try and pick the hour.
That would be most useful.
Okay, I can definitely try and do that. Again, I've had it for my whole life, and therefore I was just quite used to following the pattern. And I'm very sorry I forgot. But
It's not your fault. There is a lot
Well,
going on.
it's quite important.
You say problem. I wonder if it's not an opportunity.
Riven is kind of like, yeah, maybe.
It will be fun. But maybe not straight away. I might be a problem for multiple nights, but it's fine.
I mean, I'm strong enough to carry at least one person, and I can grow a set of wings for a few hours.
Just, again, to be very clear, I am not in full control. I will attack you and anybody else. I haven't.
You say full control? Are you in any control?
I can some.
Oh no! Oh no!
Not.
Attacking is fine. It's just it's perhaps. So you say maybe duration, an hour. That is.
Yes. It only lasts an hour. Normally I do it at moonrise, get it out of the way, and then just have my evening. But that might not be the best.
We spent 2 hours of this trying not to pick the violent option, and we're straight into release the angry chicken.
I did forget about the fun. Oh shit.
You forgetting about moons, Hannah? That's so unlike you.
I tried to block them out of my brain.
Yep.
Perhaps there is a more.
I get really much stronger. It is fun.
Holy shit!
I'm loving this is the session you're showcasing, like your changes. It's fantastic.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's so good.
No, this is what Riven wants.
I love that you've said, oh, by the way, there's a Fae thing here that we should probably worry. But wait a minute, actually, there's more problems.
There's not just two magical bombs, there's 3.
I was the problem.
I am the problem
all along.
Can you see now, Nat, why I said I'm really excited to see people's new tweaks they've made to their characters, because I love all of them. Yeah.
Ryan said I could be a werewolf, and I was like, could I be a werebird?
Oh god.
Oh,
I'm crying.
Oh, it's majestic.
Yeah, it's fine.
Whoever brought us here is gonna be like, what the fuck?
I just think that Hannah needs supervised when making characters. That's all.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
We hype each other up. We get overexcited.
Okay, so I'm leaning with Lockhart's idea of the feather
Okay.
bomb.
I can also.
And Riven to try and control everybody else in the room. I like this.
Yes. Yeah.
If you were to fly
Uh-huh.
away, do you think you'd be able to make your way back?
Not in the same way.
You would have to let it
Walk
run its course and then make your way back. Okay.
But the credit music for the Hulk TV show, just walking in like a torn shirt.
Again, I normally do keep better track and have plans.
Darling, I think we're formulating a plan here, don't worry.
Yes. Not to throw any more spanners into, which are definitely a thing in the world, into the plan. But I normally go into the forest and eat something that I kill. So, more of a hunter than a reader in my alternate form. So, yes, I just thought you should know that it's normally part of what I do. And I don't know what happens if I don't do it. Because I've done it ever since I was a toddler.
Should not test that theory.
Well, if I'd like the back of my mind, and they made this person a wizard? Like,
Nori, my sweet
Nori's
Nori,
face.
where are you? You're very good at unlocking the doors. How good are you at relocking doors? For
Same
reasons.
skill, no problem.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Okay, so it's the getting out.
I can also probably get out before moonrise if that suits us more.
I'm
there's
thinking
a knock at the door.
Okay.
occupied.
The door
I'm going
opens.
to look around and be like,
The door opens and Kamala walks in, just shaking her head like, "Fucking guys!" Like, and she looks at you all and goes, "You look distressed. Everything okay?"
There's 2 chairs and there's 4 of us. And none of them fit me.
Yeah.
This armor's heavy, you know.
She's not going to make all the comments that she might naturally have made. We've got this far for the murder to start. But yeah, like, she's most looking at the fact that, like, yous have kind of crowded around, like, obviously, Myr'ra on the floor looking quite, oh.
I remember something.
We're a bit low on tea, I think.
Yeah.
And then
I thought I'd stocked more.
Stressing.
Do you have any mirrors in the cave? Didn't say that. I didn't say. I said that. Revenue.
As I said, like, Kamala, like, responds to, like, obviously you're not having any tea going, "Do you just need something to eat before you meet the lion?"
I imagine that would help. Make sure everyone's in the correct...
Because she's ready to see you now.
I think we could go. I'll be fine.
I mean, I'm sure she'd understand. I'm sure she'd understand if you needed something in your stomach before such a life-changing event. She just, she's trying to, like, see if the tension can be shifted, right? Like, that's her attempt.
Mhm.
It's probably quite flat.
And Myr'ra will look at everybody else and be like, I don't think delaying is
Let's go on you.
We should just go.
I'll make sure when you get back here there's something to eat.
And tea.
Thank you. Very, very gracious.
She kind of just leaves the room and, like, has the door open as if, well, come on.
I think this
Yeah.
place needs a skylight. Might put one in later. Just walks out.
Again, just Kamala being like, "Is this my fucking job today, is it?" Like, clearly, like, what you can gather is Kamala doesn't like being in the camp, clearly. Like, would definitely prefer to be out, queen of our own little group, right?
Like her job.
Yeah. People are annoying, weirdly, right? And the people she has gathered are obviously good enough. It's probably why she...
weirdly annoying.
Yeah, right? She obviously paired them up, though, right? Like, well, these are your buddies. Annoy them. Yep. But yeah, so you take your supplies or like leave them in terms of what you've taken with you guys?
I'm taking everything.
I'll leave like the writing desk and my tea set.
Yep. And at no point have they said you can't have your weapons or anything. Like, again.
That is a show of.
Well, like, everybody here seems armed, right? Other than like the kids and stuff, right? Like the people.
Fucker might be a fae, but they might not need a sword.
So. Yep. Yeah, you just get escorted up through like some kind of like streets and stuff. You can see here that like if this was like a normal kind of fortification / town, this is where like the nobles or the rich people or the generals and stuff would live, right? This part of town. But here it's schools, families. Like it seems like the vulnerable stuff's here. Whereas all the infrastructure was further down, so it was like, fortification, infrastructure, the schools and whatnot. There's clearly somewhere set up to like tend to wounds and stuff. Not a big place or not, but it does seem to be near somewhere that's growing some kind of plants as well. All potted and stuff. Nothing's really growing out of the like the terrain here. So you just pass all that, and people acknowledge Kamala, but that seems to be like they understand what Kamala's role is rather than her herself. Like it's not like, oh hey Kamala, it's oh hello. Like, it definitely seems to be a station thing, even though they don't seem to be like in any kind of insignia on them. And then you get like taken up to this quite large kind of hall up at the very top, and yeah, like Kamala stops outside and goes, "Now remember," and he just dismisses the thought from her head, and then just like knocks on the door.
Lockhart probably intense, yes.
And then she aragons the doors open, as is tradition, and then stands to the side and gestures for everybody to come in. And there's like a big long like fire in the middle, again another kind of like eating hall type suggestion. There's like rugs and stuff all over the place. It's definitely a place where like things are like, it's almost like a council-y type meeting-y feasty type area. It's a usable room, and there are people like potting around like at the sides and stuff. There's people like maybe like weaving baskets and stuff like that. Like there's functional things happening in this room, and they all look a wee bit not startled, but they all like take note of the fact that somebody's coming in. Like as you're all shuffled in, Kamala says, "Well, enjoy," and then closes the doors behind you.
Do I sense those magical presences?
You can't not sense them since you first picked them up. Like when you were like, "Oh, I'm now aware of that buzzing noise. Oh, it's there though." Yeah. It doesn't feel like necessary. Like especially like the Fae one doesn't necessarily feel closer. As I said, the more kind of clear, closer one is that weird arcane feeling, and that definitely does feel closer for the best you can tell. You don't really have a magic radar as such, but like
I've got my ruler.
Yeah. Your EMF reader, like but yeah, and then like as I said, there's people just doing various like not mundane jobs, but like things that need done. Like I said, like obviously basket weaving. There might even be some people like peeling things. Like again, it's just functional things that are happening. And then you just hear like a kind of not a booming voice, but like a voice that definitely carries with a bit more authority than anyone you've spoke to so far. And it says, "Up here, come on," and it's like the other end of the hall, past like all the flame and such. The fact that the fire is burning is a big deal because it's the early afternoon, aka morning.
Is there temptation just to walk through it again, Myr'ra?
Yeah.
I will say that like everything you're wearing is still flammable. That's all I'm gonna say.
You already sold us. You don't need to try to charge us more, right?
roller through it. Her messages get revealed.
Yeah, we'll start
We
making
walk.
way over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like as you like get escorted up, like you can see that there's people here that seem to be fulfilling the role of guards as well, right? Like people that seem to be standing around more from a defensive position than anything, but they're like quite far away. Very big Viking-y hall again situation going on, and again looks pretty new as a building. And up at the back you can see there's like a bunch of kids sitting around and they're all practicing, like again weaving baskets and stuff. And this person who's again quite tall, like they're about 6'5" or something, 6'4", 6'5", quite built, very like Amazonian in nature, right? Like in terms of like very visibly intimidating. And they're just kind of like sat cross-legged weaving baskets with the kid, like basically showing them how to like weave. They've got like, you know, their hair's all braided. It's like kind of brown, but with the firelight hitting it, there's like a whole bunch happening in their hair. Like it's very like, again, if you were going to call anyone a bronze main, you can see it in their hair just from the firelight. So as you just kind of get closer and see this, you can just hear her talking away, like just explaining to the kids like what you do, you know, why you do it. And then she's like, "You'll have to excuse me," to the kids, and nods very formally to them and puts the half-woven basket over one of their heads. And they all giggle amongst themselves. And like they get up and go because somebody comes over and like takes them away. And yeah, like she stands up and you see her in her full height again. Still nothing compared to Riven's 7'8", but still like, you know, big, right? Like as I said, 6'4", 6'5". Very like, you know, weathered face enough, but like, you know, maybe is like 20, 25, right? Like 30 at a push. And again, hair, very long, again, all like braided, but it's so frizzy that obviously the braids are kind of like underneath layers of hair. And yeah, like they kind of look you all up and down. It's like, I heard we had guests, and then just kind of like smiles at everyone very kind of warmly. Who are you all?
I think Lockhart will do the same curt manner, whatever it was that he did with Queen Loudon.
Mhm.
Which now her.
And she kind of just like smiles at the fact that you're doing that, like kind of mildly amused, but you know, like, oh, this is fun. Like, yeah.
Your Majesty, Lockhart Dourf.
I know your names. I just mean, who are you?
I am a functionary of the administration that will be inheriting.
Inheriting such a bloodless way of putting it, isn't it?
We shall see.
She kind of like smiles and just nods at that. Goes, nice to meet you. I'm the bronze maned lion. And she kind of like smiles with her like, you know, big mouth of teeth, and then says, "But if this goes well, you'll be calling me Vermi." Vermi. And then kind of looks to the rest of you, as if, yeah.
Myr'ra will sort of also not, again, probably the same she would have done, but again, she's not from Denk directly, so she doesn't know. So it's more of a like, I know this is a way to show respect.
You also can tell that she was more amused by his attempt to show respect. It wasn't like, yes, your rightful place, yes. It was just, okay, this is happening.
Yeah. Myr'ra Pentergast, wizard of the Arcana tricks.
She kind of does a nod like, like as if impressive.
Both seeking and bringing information.
Kind of nods to herself. Vermi kind of nods.
Charmed. Like Myr'ra does look like this person's been okay, cool, this one, okay.
Yep. Looks to the others to see who goes first.
I think we'll just keep in order, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll do a quick flourishing bow, and I'll just say, my name is Nori. I'm a survivor of the streets and gatherer of information.
And a rogue in the sheets. Yep.
You said that, not
Just yes, pleasure. Cannods.
I think Riven has that bag of boiled sweets out because she saw the kids and has just offered them to any of the kids that have walked by her on the correct side, and is now proceeding to like count how many she's got left and is throwing one in her mouth. Riven of Voros. I am the general countess. Oh god, I've forgotten her name.
Yes, Countess Varga. She finishes that for you. Like before you even, because obviously Riven wouldn't have forgot, but like, you know, she just completes that for you. Like definitely like her way of saying, I know who you guys are. Like, you know, word has got to me by now. I hear you are she laughs and she goes, sure, puts her hand out. And like you can tell from her hands, like, you know, she is a practical person. They are not soft and delicate.
Nope, those are weathered hands. Just pours a couple of boiled sweets into her hand. I'm gonna need to get more.
She like you gave her a couple, she goes, and she just like walks behind where obviously she clearly sits at the end of the hall, even though she's standing there and she was sat near some people and like some kind of cushions and stuff to the side. She walks behind like the seat and she goes, here you go, and like two little faces pop around, and she gives the sweets to them and she goes, right, bugger off. And like the kids that have clearly like snuck around to see the strangers have, you know, been hunted. And she kind of walks back and she goes, that was a kindness. I'm sure they'll remember this day.
Oh. Place. Just like actually still marvelous.
Yeah! And she like looks around and she goes, yeah, supposedly some kind of attempt at a makeshift throne room, but I can't see the need for it, quite frankly. It's better used by, and she gestures at the people actually doing stuff in it. Pragmatism is the ally of the underdog, shall we say.
Just wondering. Hollowed out half a mountain.
Now, just to clarify, you aren't in a mountain, you're on a mountain.
Right.
Alright, while things have been carved in, but not everything is carved in. Like this is like a village plonked on bits of like mountains that have been cleared out.
Right.
So yes, but definitely there's enough to say, like, you know, like that's not like a non-comment. You could say like some things have been carved in.
Yeah.
And she just laughs and goes, nothing so elaborate. No, most of the work was done before we got here.
Like ancient civilization left behind. I don't really come down.
Shakes her head. Goes, no, nothing like that. It was an old. Well, it was supposed to be an old silver mine. Yeah, let that settle in.
Can we all just get the Kill Bill silence going on right now? Right? I feel like Riven's go, I'm here to kill you, but we need to fucking leave. Time to go. There's ways to die and this is not one of them. Children first, please.
She shakes her head and goes, like, as if, yeah, that's even like, it's not even like, yeah, like, she does look as, yep, she's on the same page, like, yep, why? But as you can imagine, the distaste in that notion is what provides our anonymity here.
Indeed.
And she, like, you can tell she's assessing you all. Like, she is, like, you know, she's being friendly and everything, but she's definitely, like, trying to gauge your vibes, right? Like, she is constantly rolling insight checks, right? Like,
there's a reason Riven's being nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your first throne room, does it have a name.
It's kind of like, because what purpose would that have?
One day these deeds shall be recorded. I should hope that it be remembered. The easiest way to do that is to know with what we are, know where we are standing.
I'm sure the poets will have a beautiful name for it.
I doubt any so beautiful that you could bestow upon it.
She kind of laughs and she goes, "Yes, Verme the poet." And she kind of chuckles to herself. She goes, "Well," she kind of claps her hands loudly and rubs them. She goes, "Yous are wondering why people care. Am I right?
That is certainly.
And yous have got this far either through subterfuge or genuine curiosity, and I'm not willing to discount that they both can't be true at the same time. Still warm?"
Curiosity definitely played a large role.
Yes, and I'm a cat I don't wish it to kill. She kind of nods and she has a glint in her teeth because it's the cheesiest line ever. And she says, "Well, the circumstances of my right to rule are a bit beyond our concerns at this immediate moment. Yous are wondering if yous can trust me, I'm wondering if I can trust you. Luckily, it's a full moon tonight, where truths are laid bare." And that is something, right? Like if, Fae stuff was going to happen, the Fae are all about truths as much as it is about masking truths. But it is more about truth has the power, the deception is what you do to cover up power. So generally it would be bad form to lie on a full moon, generally, right? Whether or not people do or not is really up to their own beliefs, right? But it's kind of like one of those, like if you spilt salt, superstition-y things, right? So
Look in the devil's eye.
yeah. So, although you need to go all the way to Caldera for that one, sadly. But Verme says, "Well, I have a firestone and an appointment at the top of the mountain. Would you just like to come along?"
I'm gonna ask. Firestone is that? I'm assuming.
You
that's
can
Firestone
roll if
gets-
you wish. MD that wants
Go
to
for
roll
it.
about magic lore about a firestone.
Go for it. We'll just intellect roll.
I will also.
Okay. Anyone else joining the lore train?
I might as well.
Difficulty
Yep.
unknown. No effort. No asset. No cost. Flat roll. Let's go.
Yep.
Nothing.
I mean, it's a 3. Like, a roll of a 9. Level 3. Let's see what else we get.
Does it have a legal status?
No. But I appreciate you asking.
I rolled terribly. But it's not a 1, because that would have been bad.
Okay.
So I did use 1 level of effort.
Okay, so that is a 5. Right, okay. Yeah, like, I guess for some reason Lockhart knows this, but there's probably a reason for this, and yeah, it is still Lockhart. So, this is probably something you've seen done in very important agreements between very powerful parties, especially of a magical nature, Lockhart. A Firestone is, again, you'll be familiar with this, but it's a spell put in Dragonglass. You're familiar with those. From your adventures previously. It's called a fire.
Use them as paperwork.
I mean, essentially, it's again a bit like a small palantir, that kind of idea, like a small bowling ball. And Dragonglass is often used to house magical effects for like longer term use.
Good at breaking walls.
Yes, apparently so.
Magical bomb.
So they can be used in various ways, but like generally, 2 parties will place their hands on it, and there is essentially a truth that can be like acknowledged. But the magic is limited, and it's generally monthly. So you basically get 1 question a month. These things are incredibly rare for obvious reasons. People hoard them.
Is that one question each way, or is it just
No,
person's asking, one person
one truth to be confirmed ultimately, and it's obviously easier to time it with the full moon. So yeah, essentially, Lockhart, you know that if this person's saying they have a firestone, they're basically saying they wouldn't mention it if they didn't know it could be used to clarify something. However, that doesn't really make any sense with why they would have an appointment at the top, right, of the mountain.
Well,
I mean, just to say, player moment here, if everything goes wrong at the top of the mountain, we are on the top of a mountain with a person that's going to wear bird on them and could just like gravity do a lot of fucking work for us. So, this is a fine situation regardless.
You've also got a shield, and I could slide down the side of the mountain on it.
I don't have a shield.
No, you don't.
maybe a big enough sword.
I-
You
so
can
that would
surf
be-
on the top of my sword. It's big enough to put your feet on.
I was gonna say Riven is the shield, yeah.
I will have to, I might be testing how well I can fly holding two other people and being bait for Myr'ra to try and chase me.
This is fine! Scott!
He just appears from the top left and just
Yeah.
fucking kicks her down into the ground like that's not what we meant.
That would be great.
So,
No super kick.
Vermeer looks at you all and obviously like sees maybe the realization in Lockhart's eyes, the fact that like if this person has a firestone, that's, I mean, resources that are hard to come by, or pure luck, right? They're not all accounted for.
And obviously the chick
Oh,
of
seeing stones. Is that so, Saruman?
magic item that's of an arcane nature.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, that's accounted for then.
And like again, like had you got any higher, Myr'ra, I could have at least given you that much. But
Yeah,
I like-
she's quite distracted.
Yes.
It makes sense. She's going
that
through,
buzzing,
like, a
yeah.
yeah, that buzzing, and also
It's still just the Fae presence underneath us that is like, yes, it's like Minecraft. You open the mineshaft and you're like, why is there nothing but hissing
Also,
happening?
I
Oh
never
God,
said
do
it was
people-
I never said where it was coming from. Just that it was distant compared to the arcane presence.
could be at the top of the mountain.
If it's a silver mine, I'm going to guess they're down with the silver.
So
Okay.
Lockhart's gonna keep it going. It would be my honor. Just
she laughs and goes, maybe wait till the crown's weighing down before we jump the gun. But I appreciate the formality. And she's like, you can tell she's like doing her best to be like, oh, this is how these people talk. Like, she's definitely way more pragmatic in how she talks to people. And she goes, but I feel like that will speed things up a bit, shall we? And she walks over to like the big fire pit in the middle. She like just reaches in and picks out like this big glowing orangey like pulsing orb thing with nice highly polished glass. And she like does like, you know, eventually after a second or two starts like pass it between her hands a bit, and then says, "So who's up?" and smiles at the group. And said, gestures to you because you did say it would be your honor, Lockhart.
yeah, that was midnight though.
No, that was... Nope, she never said that. Not about the Firestone.
Oh, I thought she said we have an appointment with the Firestone.
No, I have
she
a
has
Firestone and a Firestone.
Ah,
Those were
right.
two statements.
Appointment on top of the hill.
I see. Okay, but you did say these things work once?
Monthly?
Okay, that's why I had misunderstood. I thought the point was she was using the Firestone at her appointment.
Nope.
At the top. I see.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, continue as I mean to go on. We'll walk over.
I like how Lockhart hasn't explained anything of this, right? Nobody knows what's going on, right? Other than just she's pulled a fucking bowling ball out of the fire. And, like, when you look at it, or if it's a mirror, you're like, oh. Ah, an idea! Oh, wait a minute!
Terrifying.
what is it saying? What does it mean? So
Why?
I love it. It's my new favorite feature.
You know,
It's so good. But yes, it becomes very clear now that this was the Arcane's signal. Like, yeah. And
then,
yeah, like Vermi like drags over like a table that people were working on, sits it down. There's an audible like clunk of the glass noise on the table. And she says, "This will look a lot more dangerous than it is." Because yeah, Lockhart, if you've ever seen this, if you've ever witnessed this being done, like it does wreathe both people in fire. And those that aren't being honest are, well, I don't know if you've ever seen it gone badly, but yeah, it's not great. That's kind of the point of it. They're draconic in origin. Hence the dragon glass. But yes, they are definitely not ideal. Like, you don't fuck with it. It's, yeah.
But they have essentially a truth is revealed.
Yeah, essentially they have the power to clarify, right? Like, you'll find out. It'll be fine.
Well, so in my when I slightly misunderstood, I'd thought it was going to be of her showing that she was legitimate, could have the stone, have the sword. So I'm still thinking a bit on that idea as like, okay, can I get her to prove that she should have the sword by using this?
What makes you think you'll be asking the question?
Well, that's not
just get in there first. Roll initiative for like. Do you like ice cream? Yeah.
But that's like, like panic is like. Oh.
She did say she would prove it to us, so she's obviously got something that she's going to show.
I mean,
so this is her way of doing
or
it
is
for us.
willing to show.
And she's been keeping it warm in the fire, clearly, right? It probably doesn't live there.
So
Does
she's
it
willing
matter?
to. She's doing this for us. I don't think so, because that doesn't prove anything. It just proves she has a fancy fucking thing that she could potentially stolen off of somebody.
Here's my wonderful marble. Yeah.
Yeah, basically. They are looting people consistently. Like, this is how they get their shit, so that doesn't mean anything. She has to have something, especially when she knows we've been around the Queen, we've seen the Queen with the swords. She knows she has to have something that says everything you've seen's a lie.
Yep.
Or it's false. So she has to have that.
And does it matter?
But
So-
she
Does it
needs to
matter
get-
what she says to us? That's not our job.
Well, she did just say, and I'm taking her for face value at the moment. Show a trust. It's both ways. Like, I'll do this to trust you, you do this to trust me. That kind of way. That's the implication I've been given.
If she lies,
Yeah.
she's likely going to be incinerated, right?
Exactly.
Like, it's the
They
point.
get that, but it definitely goes both.
And it's the reason why they made these, realistically, is to be like, these are ways to avoid being bullshit. Why would you need those after a Fae war? Yeah.
So,
But have
Oh,
they
I
met
think-
lawyers?
I think Lockhart's quite a good one to do this because truth is relative.
Yeah. Either
am I
I'm
right?
God or truth is relative.
it's just one question to get asked.
I mean, as far as
Overall.
Lockhart's aware, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So she might ask a really underhanded question. It's like, I told the truth, and it's like, yeah, but that's not fucking relevant. So we'll need to see what
But
she
it
says.
lets you guys gauge, right?
If she does or doesn't have, if the answer is no, she dies later on in this mountaintop.
If the answer she does,
Simple answer.
other shit happens.
We will release the big
Are-
angry
Are we
Oh.
ready?
from Pokemons. Yes, let's go. Do it, Lockhart.
Lockhart.
wait, we've got
do you
fireproof person. Why am I doing this?
Yeah. So Lockhart, here's the other thing, right? You know that this is a good way to introduce your new character. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Lawyer be
No.
damned. Yep. I now sell insurance. But yes,
Fire insurance.
it's volcano insurance. Yes. So yeah, you stand at the other side of the table. Put your hand on the firestone. Vermi does the same. You can feel the tingle of heat seep in. Like it's not. It's very noticeable, and it's almost like pins and needles-esque sensation that's going through you, but it doesn't feel like, you know, if you put your hand on the radiator for too long and it takes that couple of seconds to burn. At no point does the pain hit. It's just that initial sensation of, oh, there is something building, but there's no, you know, like a sneeze that hasn't happened. Like it's quite... It's meant to unnerve you, right? It's meant to loosen up any kind of bravado and bluster and stuff you can do. It's meant to remove barriers you've put up. Really, that's the kind of sensation all through this tingle. And yeah, like for the rest of you, there's just a massive eruption of fire around both of them. Both of them breathing fire. You can barely make them out within it. You just kind of feel the heat. The stone floor is like, you know, like doing what it can. You know, a basket nearby has caught fire. Like, yeah, like it's a big deal. Within the actual flames itself, you and her seem to be very in tune, right? There is definitely a sense of, you know, I'm assuming Lockhart's leaning into this and not actually trying to resist. That was an assumption on my part, but I would like to clarify. Cool, you are leaning into it. Good. So I go, no, I'll fight this from within.
Ow, ow, ow,
Well,
ow,
I mean,
ow, ow, ow.
in that way of, I say, Lockhart doesn't necessarily know exactly how these things work.
Oh, yeah.
It's just that, you know, it's a truth sort of thing,
Mhm.
and probably some sort of mental capacity engaged. So I think just would have been going into it being like, this is the question of, I'm trying to find out a truth, hoping perhaps that will have some involvement
Yeah.
in what it is. Maybe not, but that's what he's thinking.
You also are fully aware that you're quite vulnerable in this state, in the sense that you don't have, like, even intentions are laid bare in this. Like, if you're there too with the intention of deception, that would feel obvious, right? Like, those types of things are happening all at once. But likewise, same from her, like, you're sensing everything the same from her. At no point are you sensing, like, malice or anything to you guys, like, or in general, right? Like, it just seems to be a, I'm here to be trusted, is the vibe that you're getting very predominantly in this kind of scenario.
And so I think it is that, like, I'm going full offense, no defense.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just trying to get what is your truth and not trying to conceal.
Full
our
transmitter, no receiver. And yes, and it would be terrible if I then asked the question and cliffhangered us, wouldn't it? But I'm actually,
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. I made that decision earlier that you will get the answer because I'm kind that way. But yes,
Then cliffhanger.
and then oh yeah, we're nearly out of time. So the question that is asked almost instinctually between the two of you is, am I the rightful ruler of Denk? And the flames go out. Lockhart, you know that is true. And that's where we end.
Nanny the fuck?
Mhm.
Let's join the rebellion. I'm fully in. Let's go.
That was a hard sell, Hannah.
Yeah, but is Lockhart going to tell anyone?
Yeah, right.
Oh. I'm also going to be a bird creature in about 3 hours.
We got a shit down pack next session, yo. We're going up the mountain. No, we're not. We need to go into a small confined room. It needs to be soundproof with lots of mattresses and pillows, and you don't ask questions for a few hours, and then we will talk.
At least need a stag to murder, thank you. Mountain lion would also do.
How about a fae at the top of a mountain?
I could be persuaded.
Well, the demons and the Fae did certainly, if I remember the lore that Ryan gave us correctly, they were the ones throwing punches hardest at each other for a while.
It started between them. Like, it was the
Yeah.
demons that came to the other races and went, we need something. Like, we
Yeah.
need some organization. Because, like,
Yeah.
when we fall, not if, when we fall, everybody else is
Yeah.
screwed.
Yeah.
So my concern is for Myr'ra. My concern is we have a demon in a place where there is a Fae signature, and they definitely will butt horns. I want to get them away. I want this. Don't hurt my baby.
I'm so excited.
So, titles.
Oh,
Oh fucking hell!
I,
This one's probably too long.
It's alright, I suggested anyway, it might inspire other options. Mhm. That is a very lengthy title, to be fair, yes. I also love that image above. Good old
Yeah.
Brian Blessed, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yep. Gordon's alive! Mhm. Any suggestions you want to actually make audible for the people that can't read this, which is anyone listening?
Not good. Dare you?
no, I can't. I was going to say the rightful queen of Dank.
Okay. I'll type it in for.
Yeah.
She had 10,000 men.
Should march them up to the top of the hill.
Yeah.
Met with the Fae. Maybe.
And then fought a werebird.
Ha ha ha.
It's all one.
Also going to suggest Truth of the Firestone.
Mhm.
So, yes, feel free to vote where you wish. And obviously, and if you can't, you can just verbalize yours and we'll count it. Or we'll just wait and see what your tablet reacts to.
Yeah. Fascinating. Okay, now there you go.
Rejoice.
Nice. So the options, just to list, were Thundercat Riders, the Rightful Queen of Dink, Lions, and Werebirds and Fae, oh no. Truth of the Firestone, and Crouching Werebird, Hidden Nori.
How many times did you use that in the other ones?
I know. It's good though, right? Crouching Tiger,
I
Hidden
know.
Dragon's such an iconic title.
Yeah.
Okay, yep, if that's all of the votes in, we have a very clear winner. Which is Lions and Werebirds and Fae, oh no. Excellent. Right. So, yeah. I mean, you've got there, right? So we are making progress on the story arc. So you can all have an XP for that. So please mark down some XP. Wrap up chat, folks. Lockhart, will do you last. Hannah.
Bit of unpack.
I was actually going to say, were we doing wrap up or the XP?
The gift XP we'll do at the end. Because I think it's better to unpack the wrap up first and then do the gift, because I think it clarifies, obviously, like summarizes it. So, Hannah.
Yes, sort of a session of two halves. I really did like that we managed to get player agency to like clarify and keep moving. I thought it's one thing I love about player agency moments, that they do allow you to have those conversations and then like keep going.
Yep.
Because I think when you sometimes have to stay in character, it can be hard to get all of that. I then really enjoy the sort of more traditional chaos of Hannah in the second session. I'm sorry I didn't tell you all about the extra issue. Yes, it felt more fun to let it come up naturally. And I did enjoy being like, oh no, shit, it's the full moon. Oh no, we have to talk about this right now. Like, I know other shit's going on, but we have to talk about the fact that I'm about to turn into a werebird and murder everybody. So, thank you for standing with me.
It was very good.
Very excited. It seemed like a really fun, like different thing to do, and I like that it comes with like some pretty cool like bumps, but with a massive downside of you have to like deal, and it marries really well with the also part demon, which you all now know a bit more about that lineage of. My nana is responsible for that and has brought family issues. So yes, very excited. And you know me, you present me as a utopian-esque society in the mountains that seems to have its head on straight, and Hannah at least wants to join. Myr'ra will hedge her bets. She's less worried about hereditary this and nonsense that. She's from the capital. She's while in the home of the Five Blades, somewhere that's a bit more, everyone's on a bit more equal footing. There's a bit more of a less hereditary monarchy going on directly.
Yeah, so it's Cascade City that you're now in your slight redraft you're from, rather than Dinkmark, which is the capital of Dink. Yeah, and the neutral city. Yeah.
So again, she's a bit more out of touch with half human, half demon, doesn't really belong anywhere, comes from a melting pot of a city. She's not as invested in the it's Queen Loudon sword, it's this person. She quite likes Verby so far.
Yeah.
We'll see how that pans out. Worried about the Fae. Oh lordy. Everything at the same time. But yeah.
I did like your moment you chose was really good in terms of, so I was worried about telling you all about this minor explosive situation I have, but luckily, so there's this really big Fae problem you're still worried about. Also, here's my news.
Yes, like this really bad thing is about to happen. Also, by the way, I'm a Werebird.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, there's a war in this country, but here's all the money we squandered in the economy. Sorry guys, war. Yeah, very nice.
Release the story at midnight when something else has happened.
Yeah, it's very good.
So, yeah, and enjoyed. It's not going to do it. It doesn't do it when we want it to.
Yeah, it's just working on its own schedule. Yeah, it's good though. I'm excited to see what happens again. Thank you, and Chris. I was gonna say Nori, but I have been calling you by your actual names, so as I rotate.
Makes no difference. It's one and the same person.
Yeah,
honestly. Yeah, maybe not. Another good session. I think sometimes we dig ourselves into little holes that we just can't seem to find a logical way out of. We over kind of think things sometimes. That's why I just went for the cloak and dagger, more or less, and just
another good session title.
Yeah, I'll keep that one for next week. That's why I done that, because I just thought we were a little bit tied up there. The fact we got through it, we talked through it, and I think that maybe be what we're missing a little bit of. We lunge in and we travel, and we've got no scope of what we're actually going to do. The situation where we've walked into just now. What's our mission here? Our mission isn't to find out the truth. I'll leave that one hanging, and I'll just move on from that part of the conversation. We weren't asked to discover the truth. So
it's a very good point to bring up, right? Let's face it, it's a very good point to bring up is, where do we as a group stand? Because we weren't that fussed about that answer until we got here. Yeah, and again, there was no subtlety about Loudon's expectations. It wasn't stated, but there was no subtlety about but yes, thank you. I think it was very nice to see, obviously, your rebuild as well, of how incredibly efficient you are at
doing what I have to do.
Yes. Yes. Very efficient. To the point where...
I'm just glad I didn't roll a 1.
Thing is, though, say when I'd worked out the maths after the fact, I'm like, I don't actually think you had to roll for that just to happen. I think if we were doing it, if I'd given you an actual difficulty, by the time you'd lowered it, you'd have been at 0. So I'm like, okay. Because I'm not showing, obviously, a lot of people's difficulties up front initially, I'm obviously keeping some of that kind of close to my head, but after that you basically didn't need to roll, which is just to kind of show you how successful Nori is at that with the rebuild is incredible.
The rolling's better though.
Oh,
The more,
100%.
more interactive. Yeah.
Like,
Always roll.
the amount of times I'm like, wouldn't this be the worst place to get a 1?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yes, but thank you. Nat?
What do we do? I don't know what to do. No. Like moonshine in my brain. I'm just broken now. Again, I do feel like we do suffer from an analysis paralysis in this group. So the first half of the session was just like, but then we got rolling, and then we got into it, and then many arcane bombs just dropped on us. We got to the mountain, and it was like, first off, arcane bullshit thing. Secondly, Fae bullshit thing. Thirdly, your friend gonna try and eat your eyes. Like, I only just got a seat. We only just got here. This is not Disneyland. I wanted to see the big mouse.
The big line, yeah.
The big lion and Mufasa. I did have a horrible gut instinct that it was like, this is not going to be as easy as we want it to be. I'm going to keep saying I'm just going to kill them because that'll make life so much easier. And I wish I had, because now it's not. I've just kept to Riven's thinking of don't ask questions, receive no answers. Don't second guess yourself. But my worry is that they both have a claim to it. That's where I'm going. I'm like, well, if you both have a legitimate claim to it, because lineage is confusing sometimes, and magical swords might like a couple of people. I don't know. I'm not a magical sword. It's like Excalibur from Soul Eater, except this one hopefully doesn't turn into a strange little Moomin-looking fucker and start singing at us. Is that how it tests it, to see if you can stand that song?
Yup, you have to tune it out.
Depends what happens at the top of a mountain and what you smoke up there.
I know. But yeah, we got a lot of information. Seeing how everyone's kind of been rebuilt, Nori, Riven, very impressed with that. It's very much like, yes, I need to introduce him to the Countess. My Countess is not as above board as the Queen can be sometimes. So you will be handsomely paid, and everything will be washed under the board with her. Poor Myr'ra. My poor baby, she's freaking out. It's okay. We'll just, as I said, I'm just gonna 3 layers of blankets, some pillows, and a lot of rope, and hope that my body weight keeps you on the ground. Birds have hollow bones, so I'm hoping for the best here. That's how this is gonna work. And once again, Lockheart just sweet talking every motherfucker in existence, as always. Just chef's kiss. Managed to avoid Riven having to get up and murder people for a solid 40 minutes. I was very impressed. I was like, I'm gonna need to get up and start slaughtering people in the trees. It's like, no, we're actually okay. It's not going that way. This is very good. So yeah, just as always, love it. I am and I'm not looking forward to the next session, because we are just gonna immediately, as players and characters, have different things that we want to do.
And Scott.
And a Scott. Oh no.
He was the bias.
He's the 4th bomb.
He's just at the top of the mountain sitting zen down, and we're gonna be like, who's he? He just comes up here sometimes.
Excalibur.
Oh no. I'm from the United Kingdom. I'm going to California. But yeah, thanks again for running. It's good to be back. First session of the year.
Yeah, first session of the year.
On the 13th.
Yes.
It's a good number. But no Fae. No Fae kaiju sleeping under the mountain, please. No.
Fake kaiju. But yes.
What would that look like? A big slug?
Just a big question mark. Stampeding.
David Bowie just.
Yeah. That checks out. Just a giant Bowie.
Yeah.
But yes.
I would give all the silver in this world to get David Bowie back, okay?
So thank you on that. And last but not least, Lockheart. Alexander.
Yes, as sort of that said,
Brad.
You think you can get us to do combat?
I mean, Definitely not. At no point did I need combat to happen. I've trialed it now.
do.
I got a
We
shot
need
of
to
it.
test that.
But as ever can get around. And yeah, no, it was great seeing some of the new aspects, like just so perfect of getting the major effect on the magic and being like, ooh, problem with Fae, and then like, oh, actually, there's a slightly more pressing problem.
It's hardly in the room with you.
It honestly was perfect for me to have you roll that. Like, it was such a great chance at me as a GM to be like, I can lore dump here, this is great. Like, here's some things you should probably be aware of now that you have a reason to be. Yeah.
And now here's something for the characters, like, Myr'ra.
Sorry.
Which it was fantastic, and also just like Myr'ra being fireproof, something I love. That
Fun.
few times the tieflings in 5e that have just like fire resistance.
I mean, I will state it's similar.
Not fun.
Like, it's similar in
Yeah.
this. Like I didn't roll damage because I don't want to slow down the scene.
But you get.
Yeah.
I'm like, I have like armor against fire in kind of no, like that you wouldn't.
Yeah.
So I could negate all damage depending how much damage was.
Yeah.
rolled.
So I just love like small aspects like that start to like bleed in and affect the
And they come in naturally as well. It's not like, like it's a good posturing moment to be like, here I am, like, very noticeable. Again, very good moment to choose it. It's not just, oh, so guys, look at this. Do you know what I mean? Because you have it added to your sheet now.
and certainly Nori just showing everyone up. Just like, oh, look who's just competent over here. Actually has deliverable, demonstrable skills.
Yeah, like anytime you have to lockpick or I guess assassinate somebody, done. Like just done. Again, Chris, you're just building this up, by the way. Like, you're gonna get to the point where failure will happen. It'll be at the worst possible moment because you've done so well so far. Like,
Next episode with a
Yeah.
Virtuous to kill.
yep, you versus Vermi. Yep.
Yep.
Mhm.
Just that sort of classic, very like maternal nature, I guess, with Riven being like, okay, Myr'ra's got a bit of a problem. Let's see. I'm sure we can do something to contain it so it doesn't cause any embarrassment, any problem. And Lockhart's like, and I'll be honest, this is the terribleness of Lockhart or the terribleness of Alexander, but both. You're like, so this is where the school is. I'm like,
No.
Alexander.
I'm just saying, as a distraction. And now we know there's a meeting at going on in the evening.
We're going to the top of a mountain and she's going to be able to fly. This is fine.
Some of us will anyway.
Just fly down, Lockhart. It's fine.
So,
It's always flying till you land.
That's the tricky bit.
yeah, that was good, and yeah, just the fact that, as you say, the dragon glass coming up just happened to have also been a plot point in the side game, which obviously, while not filmed, I kind of wish it was that I could just do a compilation of all of Gregor's terrible dice luck. Like, we there had one critical roll, in a positive way. The sheer number of terrible natural ones from Gregor and no redeeming points.
Yeah,
Perhaps he needs to get new dice.
Yeah, he did have bad, no offense to Gregor's dice choices, but they were all like big clunky metal ones he couldn't read. And they knew it. They knew it. Because definitely they punished him hard. He definitely made the most of his scenes narratively, but it was difficult to like reclaim.
Classically, and at the end he did just one random
Well,
after it was all
Wait,
over.
I'd say to him as like, what you're aiming for 20s, which is why you're getting ones. You should try and aim for a 1. He goes, do you think that'll work? And you rolled the dice, and what was the number he got?
20.
Yeah, typical. I'm like, this is the dice gods. This is what they do. They know their own game. Oh, majestic.
So, this is, I was kind of thinking that, like, if Lockhart just gets incinerated at this moment, at least we've got prequel Lockhart still to play with.
Yeah,
this
right.
tiny
You've got the year
huge
earlier
thing.
Lockhart. Just very luckily you never got yourself killed in that timeline. Very, very awkward. What's keeping him going? But yes, so yeah, you even got like, I quite like that you were the only one that knew what a Firestone was, because in my head I had them as some kind of weird admin bureaucracy type, thing to establish, like, especially in the Draconic land, like a lot of ways to root out Fae bullshit, realistically. And the fact that, like, you as the ambassador character in the group being able to be the one going, oh, I recognise these are the thing we use to see who's bullshitting, like, yeah. And obviously there are inbuilt, like, limitations to revealing that truth as well. You can't just hold it up against everyone and goes, burn, 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 burn. Yeah, they're sadly not weaponizable.
That's sort of something that I do quite like about the was having raised my edge and effort. That being able to just do one, so it's just cheaper. So, like, for that one, I just did one level of effort, and then only cost one because it's got the
At a discount.
on it. Whereas then obviously we could do 2 levels of edge and still have it be expensive, but doing it more. But like, actually, no, this one, it does make sense on that administration side. It would, so
Yeah.
I do want this, but not enough. That
Again, mechanically, like, the system's quite nice, the way you can build to, like, basically buy in that kind of, again, cantrip level of economy, right? It's what I like about it. Like, again, you decide where you want your discounts to be, because you can spread them across your stats, or you can focus them in one. Just nice. Yeah. Anything else, Alexander? I mean, very, very briefly, as a group, how do we feel now after that truth bomb?
Conflicted.
She seems great.
has it
On a
changed
personal
anything, though?
level, I think she seems nicer than loud. But that's not really how you pick a queen.
No, she definitely does seem more personable than Loudon, yes.
Nicer to
No.
children. She'd let them use her house as a school.
Yeah.
I think the one thing I want to know is how, like, did she just pick it up one day and be like, I'm the rightful ruler, and it didn't incinerate her? Like, how did
Answer
she come to
unclear,
that?
ask again later.
Like,
Okay.
how did she come to that piece of information originally before she had her magic 8-ball? Like, that's my real protocol, and it's like, okay.
That's good to write down for next time, right? That's something you might want
Yeah.
as a group to, like, pursue these types of angles. Definitely useful.
Uh-huh.
Like, how do you decide you're gonna and risk your life on, like, if that's how you confirmed it to yourself? Would you need to confirm it to yourself, or was somebody presenting it and saying, prove it to me then, I have a Firestone? Like, yeah.
Does
And
the
also then-
Firestone only tell her truth?
Yeah, right?
Or
Like,
does it tell
Was
the
it a
truth?
hacked Firestone?
yeah. I love the idea of a hacked Firestone. It's got a wee kind of patch in it. Like a wand stuck out the back of it.
Jailbroken.
Yeah. USB
But also,
wand.
if that is the case, how did Loudon get to where she is?
Yeah.
Then becomes the next question. It's like, oh no.
Yep.
What we need to do is sit them both down with the Firestone and see who survives. Because if they both survive, then they get to go, well, shit, we both get a yes.
I have another suggestion for that, but I'll leave that for next time.
Yeah. You have to decide what we. Yeah. What's.
There's only
What's
one
the go-
location to take them to, and you take them with the sword, and the sword picks.
I
End
think
of
the
story.
Yeah. I want to know what the Fae is. The
Mm.
Fae seems relevant.
Yeah.
But then could that trick a Firestone?
Mm. And we know the Fae were a big enough problem for the world to care. Or at least
Yeah.
half the world, right? Because again, the other continent
The Fae are tricksters. Is the Bronze Maid lying a Fae pretending to be human to try and get a sword to cause problems on purpose?
It's where you just wait
Or has
like months with this, like with Vermi, and be like,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
cool, it's a month, it's been a month,
Exactly.
we're here. We're basically living with you now, but can we ask another question? Okay, that was the second question. We'll wait another month.
And by that time, you're convinced that she is the goddess of the world, and guess what? You don't care after that to ask the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that does answer a bit of the how is
So
she
is that-
convinced people.
Is that our play? We're going to distract her for the next 6 months so she gets nothing done.
Bored. We're going to show her what ruling is actually like.
Just put her off it, yeah.
Nah,
She's
nah,
not
I'm
agile
done.
anymore.
Fucking done. Fucking done.
Yeah, ruling's not all weaving baskets with kids, you know. Like, yeah.
Lockhart, teach her about
Ruin.
real administration.
Oh man,
Oh my god.
Weaving Truths would be another good title. Damn it.
Ooh.
Weaving Truths. These things you think of. Right, okay. Wrap up chat was quite good, yeah. Where are we giving the XP? Like, who's promoting themselves? Who's promoting others? What's the thoughts, gang? Remember, no shame on promoting yourselves.
About Hannah.
I think. Oh, I was going to go Nori.
So-
I'm with Hannah. I can't
So is-
vote myself. I would never
so,
do that.
Alexander,
so-
you're actually just putting it off camera, which is great.
No.
Like, yeah.
As Discord flips the camera, so you're
Yeah.
pointing it.
So the other
You're
way.
pointing The other way. Because
You-
that way,
Yeah.
this
So
way.
yeah. So
That's weird.
yeah, it is
I
what
hate
it
it.
is.
I
Yep.
hate it.
Mhm. Weirdly, it's like a mirror. Yeah.
No.
So, I think that's quite unanimous then. It's Hannah, you're getting an extra point of XP.
Aww.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Please don't use it to kill
might
us
murder
in the
you all in
next
this
session.
What's everybody sitting on total wise for XP? Alexander? I'll go down the line.
7.
7. Right, so you're one away from needing to spend.
Ooh.
Yeah, remember I told you when you hit 8, buy something.
Yeah.
Yep. Hannah. You don't need to buy 2 things. I said 8's just the cap I want to go with, because again, 4 for an advancement still leaves you plenty to play with in a session. Hannah?
I've got 4.
4? Nice.
But
nice,
I'm
nice.
wait. So I'm gonna try and have one in play for
Yep.
reasons.
Okay. Maybe to re-roll, perhaps, bird-related incidents. It's alright, you've
I've
got
got
7...
3.
I was going to say, you get 7 chances with Lockheart's pool.
Or
Yeah.
have a gut instinct. This is going to be called Kentucky Fried Hell the next session.
I'll practice my bird noises.
And what was that, 3, sorry,
By
Nori?
training in apiary.
3 for me, yeah.
3 for Nori, right, and money for Riven. 2 for Riven. Cool. Cool. Yes. Alexander has more as Lockhart because certain things happened in the one shot, and I said if you want to keep the consequences of those things, you can keep the XP. And he said yes.
Obviously.
Yes. Because it was going to be self-contained, but I thought, no, if you survived, so I don't need it to affect the timeline. And if you want to deal with those consequences later, that could be fun. Especially because you might be mixed in with some of the people in that one shot later in a story arc, which could create some interesting fusions. Depending on what you do with the world, because yeah. Are you going to throw your lot in with Vermi? Are you going to stick to the mission and be like, well, we're going to resolve this in some way? Yeah. It's quite exciting. I'm excited. Yeah, I think that's everything I've got to say. I don't think there's anything else I normally do at the end of sessions. So, I guess thanks everybody for playing, and anyone who watches, and goodbye.
Good night, all.
Goodbye.
Bye everybody. Hopefully the audio works. Here's hoping.
Yes.